GTV Ghana and across all our social media platforms at GTV Ghana. Now, the news in detail. The Electoral Commission says it has received information on the unfortunate passing of the presidential candidate of the Ghana Freedom Party, Madam Akua Donkor. In a statement signed by the Deputy Chairman for Operations, Mr. Samuel Tete, it says while the 1992 Constitution on the Public Election Regulations 2020 CI 127 are not clear on processes to follow in the event of death of a presidential candidate, Article 50, Clause 4 of the 1992 Constitution provides as follows: where at the close of nomination, but before the election of one candidate dies, a further period of 10 days should be allowed for nominations. In that regard, the Commission says it has since informed the GFP to make arrangements to nominate a new candidate and inform the Commission accordingly. In the meantime, the Commission has suspended the printing of presidential ballot papers, which was near completion. In response to the recent escalation of conflict in Boko, Ghana's Minister for Chieftaincy and Religious Affairs, Mr. Seven Asamoah Boateng, has called on stakeholders, including traditional leaders, the youth and the affected communities, to exercise restraints and avoid actions that could worsen the situation. Speaking at a media briefing in Accra, the minister confirmed that so far the violence has claimed a total 16 lives. Mr. Asamoah Boateng urged all parties to refrain from political interferences and actions that further mistrust to achieve a lasting resolution. He assured the residents that the government is working hard to maintain peace in Boko and surrounding areas.
The government yesterday released a press statement that declared a curfew in the Boko area due to the substantial threat to public safety and security. Government is guided by its responsibility to protect lives and property, and above all, to enforce law and order to restore normalcy as quickly as possible. We have taken notice of the interpretations, or should I say misinterpretations, that are being given by the various factions in this matter, that sometimes seeks to inflame passions and designed to escalate the situation. No one should play politics with this sensitive matter. I will continue to engage my colleagues in the political arena from all sides to work with government to resolve the current problems and to work towards lasting peace in the area. You have lived together peacefully in the past. You have intermarried and produced children of parentage from all sides. I plead with you to take a step back from these seemingly provocative happenings and show exceptional love to yourselves, for you are one people, as we are all one people in this country, working hard to better our lives.
The government has signed 3 comprehensive agreements with 3 workers' associations to improve their working service. The 3 are the Government and Hospital Pharmacists Association, the National Commission for Civic Education, and the Ghana Atomic Energy Commission divisions under the Public Service Workers Union. The pact, signed separately with the 3 workers' associations, aimed at improving working conditions and addressing long-standing concerns, were sealed at negotiation meetings held on Friday, October 25, 2024. The Fair Wages and Salary Commission says the agreement demonstrates the government's commitment to fostering a harmonious and productive working relationship with public sector workers. The PSWU General Secretary, Mr. Bernard Ajay, expressed satisfaction with the outcomes concerning the union's members, saying the union's efforts has yielded tangible results. Mr. Ajay said although negotiations have been fruitful, the government is expected to implement the process to enable workers to benefit from the outcomes. The Speaker of Parliament, Mr. Alban Bagbin, says democracy thrives on a stable and effective parliament, hence the need to protect the legislature. He made the remark while inaugurating Parliament's supplementary office complex. The state-of-the-art structure will, among others, house the Parliamentary Training Institute, key specialist offices and commercial banks.
The construction of the Parliamentary Supplementary Office Complex commenced in June 2021. The 5-story building embodies executive offices, banks, convenience shops, meeting rooms, 32-seater classrooms for Parliamentary Training Institute, PTI, lecture halls, and ICT equipment and surveillance rooms, among others. At the inauguration, the Clerk to Parliament, Mr. Cyril Nsia, underlined the importance of the edifice.
The office complex is a multi-purpose building that will provide adequate training and learning facilities as well as office spaces for the parliamentary trainings. The service has commenced processes for the recruitment of experts in relevant fields to assume the aforementioned roles, making the inauguration of this office complex fortuitous, as these experts will start work as soon as practicable to strengthen the exercise of Parliament's oversight of the activities of public institutions and agencies.
The Speaker of Parliament, Mr. Alban Bagbin, said maintenance of the building is key.
Let us make it our own by taking very good care of it throughout and making sure we practice proactive maintenance culture in this place.
Mr. Bagbin also emphasized the need to protect and defend our democracy.
To the hearing of everybody, that any democracy anywhere is as good as its parliament. If the people are to benefit from democratic governance, it is the parliament, which is the mirror of democracy, that is the focus that should be strengthened. Because apart from lawmaking, it is Parliament that has the only function of oversight. And it is Parliament that should ensure that our collective efforts, whether in terms of energy, in terms of resources, in terms of trust, is properly applied to the benefit of everybody. So strengthening Parliament is not just the duty of Parliament, but of everybody. And we have to work together to make sure that our people don't suffer and struggle to elect us in vain.
The building also has facilities for the fire service, which include offices, crew room, kitchenettes, and male and female washrooms.
Residents of Sherigu in the Bolgatanga municipality of the Upper East region say they are not happy with government for not completing the Bolgatanga-Sherigu-Naga road project, which was awarded on contracts in 2018. The road infrastructure has badly deteriorated, causing inconvenience and frustration for both commuters and businesses in the area. Correspondent Peter Gengere tells us more in this report.
That from the petroleum revenue was awarded to Araco Construction Limited in 2018. The contractor officially moved to the site in 2019 and began the construction process. The entire community was full of hope and optimism that the road would soon be motorable. After almost 5 years, work on the 30-kilometer road project has stalled, leaving the road with big potholes and making it extremely difficult for motorists, pedestrians and cyclists to traverse the route. Some commuters spoke to GBC News.
If you are pregnant and you continuously ply this road, you are likely to get a miscarriage, experience preterm labor, or even stillbirth.
In fact, I plow this road every day to my work site. And even most of the teachers that passes here, they come to school very late because the road is not accessible.
Against this background, the Sherigu community came out in their numbers to express their frustration to government and the contractor for abandoning the project. Assembly member for the Kumbelungu electoral area, Stephen Akuri, at a media briefing, at Dorongo said they face challenges with navigating through potholes on the road to Bolgatanga and back.
The people of Sirku, Naga and surrounding communities are disgruntled and saddened by the government's inability through the contractor to complete this route on time. The roads remain in a deplorable state, causing untold suffering to the people who plied on it daily.
Stephen Akuri, who is also the presiding member for Bolgatanga Municipal Assembly, said the poor road condition is a threat to their lives and their vehicles often get stuck in the potholes, causing damage.
During the dry season, the road turns into a dust-laden hazard, polluting the air for residents and traders who conduct their businesses along the stretch.
The road has remained muddy and slippery, full of water and difficult for vehicular movement during the rainy season. The youth, the aged, both men and women, and the entire people of Serogo said the government and Araco Construction Limited must make good their word and respond to their request.
We demand that Araco Construction Limited return to the site and complete the Bolgatanga-Sirgo-Naga route before the end of the year. We are giving the government and the contractor 10 days, starting from today, to take decisive action.
Some passengers and drivers also complained and supported the call for the residents, arguing that lives would be saved and businesses would flourish when the road is fixed as soon as possible. Peter Agengre, GBC News, Bolgatanga.
Now on the foreign front, a controversial agreement to grant Ukrainian diplomats visa-free access to South Africa has sparked outrage within the political circles. South Africa's Home Affairs Minister Leon Shekbeer, who is from a different party to the president, announced the deal on Sunday, terming Ukraine a valued ally. But the president has criticized Shekbeer for announcing the agreement without formal authorization from President Cyril Ramaphosa. Critics see the deal as an affront to South Africa's long-standing relationship with Russia, though the country has remained neutral on the conflict in Ukraine. The government of the Democratic Republic of Congo says it is putting in place a new time frame for the departure of the United Nations peacekeepers who were meant to leave in December. This is as a result of the ongoing violence as M23 rebels press ahead their offense in the country.
Associate where peacekeepers say they are protecting hundreds of thousands of displaced people. Sam Mednick of the Associated Press said the UN missions have been there for more than 20 years, tasked with protecting the population, but many Congolese feel like nothing has changed since they have arrived and that no one is properly defending them. Mednick added that it is unclear who will take the place of the peacekeepers once they leave. More than 120 armed groups are battling for land and mineral resources in the country's east. The violence has forced around 7 million people from their homes.
Now let's have the Alpha Lotto winning numbers for Delta Tuesday. The Alpha Lotto winning numbers for Delta Tuesday: 10, 4, 47, 12, and 60. The Alpha Lotto winning numbers for Delta Tuesday again: 10, 1, 0, single 4, 47, 4, 7, 1212 and 6060. That's where we end the Breakfast News Live on GTV. But for more news updates, you can log onto our website. We'll be back with more on the Breakfast Show after this break. Don't go away.
Live from GBC Studio 1, this is the Breakfast Show.
GTV.
Do you know someone making a remarkable impact in their community? Someone whose dedication and excellence inspire others? It's time to recognize their efforts. Introducing the most prestigious Royal 2025 Millennium Excellence Awards, celebrating outstanding achievements across various fields. And now, you can nominate those extraordinary individuals or companies who deserve recognition. Nominating is easy. Visit our website at mef.nominate.live. Click on the Nominate button, choose a category, and fill in the details of your nominee. It's that simple. Join us in recognizing those who make a difference. Your nomination could change a life and inspire many. Visit mef.nominate.live and nominate your preferred personality or company for the 2025 Millennium Excellence Awards. Nomination is open from now to December 2024. Be part of the change. Nominate today. To be a sponsor for this prestigious royal event, contact 053-540-1903.
Official media partners: GBC News, GTV, Lifestyle TV, Garden City TV, GBCGhanaOnline.com, Unique 95.7 FM, and Daily.
It's huge, it's amazing, it's fun! Don't miss the Family Bonanza Quiz Show on GTV. Dial *956*66# to join this amazing program and win amazing prizes such as cash, mobile phones, television sets, holidays, and many more. Join us on GTV this and every Sunday at 8:30 p.m. It's huge, it's amazing, it's fun! It's the Family Bonanza.
Navrongo Senior High School, Navasco, invites you to its annual general meeting and speech and prize giving day celebration. Theme: discipline, a prerequisite for transformational education and leadership. Dates: 1st to 2nd November 2024. Activities: arrival of Nabia will be 31st October 2024. The annual general meeting is slated for 1st November 2024. The speech and prize giving day celebration will come off on the 2nd November 2024. Venue: McDonald Hall. Time: 9 a.m. to 5 p.m. each day. Guest speaker for the occasion: Honorable Haruna Idrisu, the Member of Parliament for Tamale South constituency. Special guest of honor: Honorable Dr. Hafiz bin Saleh, Upper East Regional Minister. Navasco, we are gathered from farmlands and forests and towns. We are one family. Oh yes, Nabia, we shine globally. See you there.
Let us again, Moscow, all enjoy Brooklyn. We shall strive as one to ensure.
Ghana is set to choose her next leader. And as the election campaigning gets hotter, we ask, what is the future of our creative arts industry? What plans are there to match Ghana's industry with the best? GTV Spectacles offering its platform to hear from various manifestos on what it holds for the creative arts space. Join us for this special live session. Spectacle, it's all about entertainment.
I am tired
of watching Ghanaians import everything in this country. I don't know whether we all have the same brains like where we are importing from. We just roam. This is a banana economy.
The people we have at the helm today are a binary level 1 thinking group of people.
85 to 90% of this nation, including myself, the everyday person, struggles through life without any provision from government.
We trust that, the primary resource of the nation are the people we have.
We are not learning anything better here. The Paro Square, label this tree, give the tree the back of a tree, a leaf, the stem. It doesn't produce mobile phone.
My Turn, showing weekdays at 3 p.m. on GTV. Playback on GBC News at 8 p.m. Starting Thursday, 17th October 2024.
The hashtag is Stop Galamsey Now. Good morning. Welcome to the show. Today is the last but one day of October 2024. We now have how many days to this election again now? 30. Are you ready for what today has to bring to you? Welcome. My name is Kafui Day. Welcome to GTV Breakfast. In the news, the Electoral Commission, as of yesterday, gave the Ghana Freedom Party 10 days to present a flag bearer for their party upon the very unfortunate and sad demise of their former flag bearer, Madam Ikra Donkor, 2 days ago. Will the vice presidential candidate be promoted to first to lead the party, or will there be internal elections for a resolution of that matter? Well, we'll find out on headlines. Other headlines in the news. Remember the unfortunate East Legon accident that took away 2 young people. There's a development on that situation. We'll bring that to you in headlines. And it was this French philosopher Jean-Jacques Rousseau who said, man is born free, but everywhere he's in chains. And talking of chains, it happened to our people many years ago, centuries ago, where they were kidnapped, shackled, and sent off to the Americas. And what are the effects of the transatlantic slave trade? I stood and had a conversation with a very unique man doing a unique protest. And it's on this show, 055-556-1034, for any comments on Ikra Donkor, on slavery, on elections, whatever it's on your mind. We are happy to have it. Good morning, Maltiti. You're here with me as well.
Hi, Kaf. Good morning. What's on my mind and what's topical is the whole brouhaha about who is going to be the next manager of Manchester United. I'm hearing Graham Potter and some few names, but, let that rest on the side burner. Liverpool fans were just chill. Today, I'm going to be talking about postpartum mental health on our BFS clinic. It's one you don't want to miss. It's often shrouded after childbirth. It's not talked about, but women go through some phases of depression and mental health crisis after having the baby. So I'm going to be sitting down with a medical doctor to explore this and get you to understand it better so that you're able to help whoever is around you that's had a baby and needs some support. So that's it for my side. But Jay, Yesterday you were with the stars. Today, who are you going to be with?
Thank you so much, Maltiti. Good morning to you once again. So at the top of the hour, I'll be bringing you the social media corner, bringing you some of the trends making rounds on social media. And then I'll speak to a dynamic duo whose partnership has stood the test of time. I'm speaking, of course, about Keche, who have brought us hits like Pressure, Diabetes, Flavor, and a whole lot. So they'll be here in the studios to wrap up this breakfast buffet we have for viewers this morning. So yes, there's a lot to look forward to, including the quote of the day, which is coming up after this break. So, Oscar, what's happening?
Well, I've been put off eating fish, the small ones, because in the Kolegono area, they dry this fish.
Oh God, it's still happening.
They are still drying the fish. It's like a kilometer's worth of fish dried on the ground.
Oh.
Lizards are dropping their business cards on the fish.
God.
And you expect me to eat that with whatever I want to eat with? No way. So authorities in that area, do something. Let's use some common sense and help the people, you know.
Maybe a tapoli or something.
Yeah, raise it. We have fish on the floor.
Yeah.
Come on, it's not good enough.
Like
Sorry to wreck your breakfast, but that's what I see every morning.
And it's a breakfast show, Oscar.
It's a breakfast show.
Canned food.
Yeah, eating fish with lizards, I don't think it's good fun. But hey, good morning. Welcome to the show.
Welcome to the show.
We've got the quote of the day next. Coming up. Don't go anywhere.
The hashtag is Stop Galamsey Now. And we're back. It's still hashtag GTV Breakfast. My name is Jay Gabra, that GTV boy. You know, back in the day when I was younger, way younger, perhaps in primary school, I used to fall in love a lot. And anytime I had a crush on someone, I used to tell myself, oh, you know what, today be today, I will talk to her. And then I'll go and stand somewhere I know she will pass on the school corridor somewhere, and then later, I'll just stand there and wait. When she's passed, I'll be like, hey, today I'll talk to her. Today I will talk to her. Today I'll talk to her. I'll be saying that in my head until she passes. And I'll be like, hey, tomorrow I will talk to her. And it used to happen often. Basically, what I'm saying is a lot of us have experienced this, where you want to do something, but you procrastinate. You don't do it immediately, thinking you have time. So this morning, our quote says to remind you that, Charlie, you don't need to wait for that long. So let's have the quote, which says, if we wait until we're ready, we'll be waiting for the rest of our lives. Please, the time no day. If we wait until we are ready, we'll be waiting for the rest of our lives. This is coming from Lemony Snicket. It's the pen name of the author, Daniel Handler, best known for a series of unfortunate events. In that book series, it's a 13-book series, and that's one of the quotes from it. That's the name is, the author is Daniel Handler. And basically, the premise is 3 orphans who are investigating the death of their parents, and they have been actually given to their uncle, who is quite evil, to take care of them. So that's where the quote is coming from. Beautiful series, book series as well. You can also watch the series or the movie. Yeah, Jim Carrey, Neil Patrick Harris, you decide. So that's the quote of the day, something for you to think about. And please, don't procrastinate. If you have to do something, do it now. There's no time better than the present. So we'll go on a quick break. When we return, the BFS Clinic is next.
A state-of-the-art facility built with your family needs in mind. A medical center positioned for all your fertility problems and other diseases. Medimosis Clinic and Prostate Center. Our goal is to help our patients achieve and maintain optimal health. We have fully functional OPD laboratories in all our branches. Do you have problems urinating? Medimosis is the ultimate solution. Our Prostacure X capsules and Prostacure Herbal Tea treat prostate problems. Afromosis capsules gives you maximum performance, and for the ladies, Femacure X capsules solves all your menstrual problems. Locate Medimosis Clinic and Prostate Center at Adenta Barrier near the traffic light. Ashaman Ajekojo, Kumasi Ahinima Kokobing, and in Accra, Ministries after the Ghana Highways Yard. Call 0244 068 447. We accept National Health Insurance card and all other private insurance card. Medimosis Clinic and Herbal Center, your ultimate solution for prostate problems.
How far was your internship?
To be honest, I'm so nervous about starting this new role on Monday.
Oh, please. I know you'll be great at it. You should be worried about what benefits they have. Example, do they have health insurance?
I doubt they will have that for interns. But no shaking. I have NHIS already.
As you are on a line,
Ina, look at you. What are you going to do in the office when you can just download the app to register for an NHIS membership?
Yes, my people. You heard right. You can now download and register your membership on my NHIS app. No long queues or tedious paperwork. All you need is your Ghana card to register for yourself and for others. Once you register, you get a new digital NHIS card on your phone. My NHIS app gives you access to credentialed health facilities and services across the country. NHIS covers over 95% of disease conditions in Ghana. Access to healthcare just got easier.
Now let me sign up quickly. Miss
Abba, maybe help.
Sexy Carol.
Messi me busa wasem.
Adiase.
Upen kuko man kete. Ana ope madachi.
Ah, Sexy Carol. Nenti ukase me kura short memory ana. Me madachi dawo. Me se nkuko man kete. Ti yano. Afa di ato omoni akeka. What's I tertiary education no? Ono ba. First term no, obey ni free amount.
Tertiary kwa woka ho asem. Ebi ko ni 7 years. Ebi ko ni 4 years. Na wo koi, na ko ye first semester free a. De aka ne hwan nje. Enu nti na abam, e wo se, wo tu aba no, e ma Dr. Mahmoud Bawumia. Efise wa mo wa ko free SHS wie no. O se wo ba ne mfa Ghana card.
Ghana card.
No ko just student loan. No mfa nko tertiary. No wi a. Enam se wa ma ni loan nsi. Na adwuma da ho, na watete na kakra. Umpe we na ope kokko ma
twem.
Eye sro ho, eye number 1.
8K. Hey, wait.
You go put it on his tab. This is my man.
Good luck. We'll wait here. We have star 712. It's much more phone. I'm on dialing the magic numbers. Star 712. Now welcome to the luckiest. And now with me at home ticket. You can buy for yourself or your loved one.
Mommy, tell mommy who's here.
You're buying for me, right?
Or who else?
Oh.
Let me choose buy tickets for others.
Love you, boo boo.
No, maybe straight to option 4. Now, you need to buy tickets worth 50 Ghana to qualify. Yes, you can buy random or preferred tickets. I'm choosing random tickets. Listen, if you buy the random ticket, the system chooses a random number for you. But if you buy the preferred, you get to input your own preferred 5 digits. 5. Now follow the prompts and confirm. Now, the luckiest.
The luckiest is regulated by the NLA on the Caritas platform, not for persons below 18 years. TNCs apply.
What's up?
How far was your internship?
To be honest, I'm so nervous about starting this new role on Monday.
Oh, please. I know you'll be great at it. You should be worried about what benefits they have. Example, do they have health insurance?
I doubt they will have that for interns. But no shaking. I have NHIS already.
As you are on a line,
Ina, look at you. What are you going to do in the office when you can just download the app to register for an NHIS membership?
Yes, my people. You heard right. You can now download and register your membership on my NHIS app. No long queues or tedious paperwork. All you need is your Ghana card to register for yourself and for others. Once you register, you get a new digital NHIS card on your phone. My NHIS app gives you access to credentialed health facilities and services across the country. NHIS covers over 95% of disease conditions in Ghana. Access to healthcare just got easier.
Now let me.
Mujamona na. Crying. Now me homo bro, now me life net time. And it does only want so mean to mean sign. Single room be made them a paddy be I called my elder brother Kenneth Dosu when you know cool. Fio say was starting a hustle in Chalotu. And I'm a team 8 to me be Chalotu and I was
Welcome back to the show. Beautiful music there. It's a Wednesday morning and on BFS Clinic. Today we're going to be talking about postpartum depression. Now women go through a lot during the 9 months of pregnancy, and then after they give birth, a critical aspect of motherhood is the postpartum that sets in. And sometimes, you know, the critical depression or health issues and mental health issues they have to deal with. And women face unexpected issues during this time. This morning, our guest is Dr. Esther Yesuto-Agbozo. She's a medical doctor of the Weija Gbawe Municipal Hospital. She's a favorite on the show. Doc, good morning. Welcome back.
Good morning. Thank you.
Good to have you. Send us your questions on 055-556-1034. That's our WhatsApp number. We're streaming live on GTV Ghana as well on social media. So if you're stepping out and you don't want to miss this, just go to GTV Ghana. You can take us along with you. Doc, what's postpartum mental health? Let's start with that.
Okay. So when we talk about postpartum mental health, we are just looking at the emotional and psychological well-being of women who have had babies. So the postpartum period is the period after delivery. So usually we would call it the puerperium, where we are looking at the time from delivery to up to 6 weeks. Some jurisdictions would say up to 8 weeks, right? So we are looking at the emotional and psychological well-being of the mother who has had the baby from the time of the delivery to up to about 6 to 8 weeks. Yeah.
Okay. What are some of the health concerns immediately after the woman has had the baby? I know sometimes it's the flow of breast milk. It's not enough.
So when you look at the well-being of women after they have babies, usually I like to put things in categories. So we can look at the emotional bit, we can look at the physical bit, then we can look at the social bit. So when you talk about the physical things that the women experience, depending on the type of delivery that it is, if it is vaginal delivery, which is deemed as the normal, cesarean sections are also normal, just to put that out. But we all know that if it's vaginal delivery, we are looking at things such as after the delivery, some women would have some bleeding, right? This bleeding, we call it lochia. It can go on up to about 6 weeks. Some people would have some tears from the delivery, which would have to be stitched and all that. Some people would have a lot of tiredness or fatigue from the delivery process. Some women would have sleep deprivation, especially if they are first-time mothers. Then they are now trying to adjust to having a baby. They would have to stay up late to take care of the baby. Some of them will not be sleeping, so there'll be tiredness, there'll be a lot of fatigue and all that. Then when we look at the emotional bit, now these women are trying to adjust to having a child, especially if they're first-time mothers. Because when we talk about the postpartum mental health, usually it is the first-time mothers who suffer a lot because it is their first time. So they're trying to adjust to having a baby, understanding the responsibilities that come with having a baby. They are trying to put themselves in the shoes of a mother now, thinking as a mother. They are trying to still try to adjust to their old lives pre-pregnancy and now post-pregnancy. So it takes a toll on their mental health a lot. And when we look at the social bit, we are looking at how much support does this woman have. Does she have a partner to start with? Is the partner supportive? Does she have family? Does she have friends? Are they coming in to support, or is she on her own? Because depending on how much support and help she has, it all goes to play a very important role in her mental well-being. Yeah.
Okay, and how common is this condition, anxiety and the depression?
Yeah. So data has shown that about 1 in 7 women would have postpartum depression, right? Which is very significant because if you take 7 women who have delivered, at least one of them would have some form of postpartum depression. It can be mild, it can be moderate, it can be severe, right? And it can also come with anxiety. And even sometimes in very bad cases, it can come with psychosis, right? And so it's very important for us to understand that this condition is common. It is not something that is far-fetched. In our part of the world, unfortunately, we hardly talk about mental health stuff. And so somebody will think, okay, you're just going to have a baby. Why are we thinking about depression? We need to understand that after the delivery process, a lot of hormonal fluctuations go on. So you see that the estrogen levels, the progesterone levels are all dropping. Now, it has been shown that these hormones regulate the hormones we call the feel-good hormones, such as dopamine, right? And so if your estrogen levels are dropping, your progesterone levels are dropping. And this drop happens because the placenta, which is in the womb during the pregnancy, help to produce a lot of estrogen and progesterone to, nurture the pregnancy. Okay. So now during delivery, the placenta is expelled. Right. So now the quote unquote, the source of a lot of the plenty estrogen we had is gone. So now your estrogen levels will drop about 100 to 200 times drop. Wow. Progesterone levels will drop about 10 to 20 times drop. And so you'd see that because of that, you have a drop in your dopamine levels, you have a drop in your serotonin levels, all the other hormones that are supposed to help her stay sane would also start dropping. Wow. And that's the reason why most of them would end up with the depression. So that's what usually happens.
I'm even wondering, during the 9 months of pregnancy, do women go through depression, and does it maybe end just after a childbirth, or is just only experienced after childbirth?
Depression, anxiety, mental health issues can happen anytime, even during the pregnancy state. Like I said, because we are looking at mental health usually from a multifactorial point of view, we are looking at, did she want to get pregnant in the first place? Does she have a partner who is supportive? Does she have family, friends? All these things come to play when we are talking about mental health. Somebody's pregnancy would be their happy state. Another person's pregnancy would be what would take them into depression, right? But technically, during the pregnancy stage, because you have a lot of estrogen, progesterone going on, which would encourage a lot of release of dopamine and serotonin, all things being equal, depression rates are lower during the pregnancy compared to after the pregnancy, where the hormone levels are dropping. Right, but like I said, depending on the person's circumstances around the pregnancy and everything, everybody's story can be very different.
What can be done when the person starts experiencing this? What kind of activities can help the person, either by the family, by themselves, by their partner?
Yeah, very important. You see, as we said, we are looking at a lot of things that are leading to this postpartum depression. We are looking at the physical things. We are looking at the emotional things, the social bit. And so if it has to do with something which is physical, for instance, if it has to do with maybe breastfeeding, it has to do with some women who have breast engorgement and then they are displeased with that and it frustrates them. So depending on what it is, if it's a physical something which we can handle in the hospital and you think you can't take care of it yourself in the house, just come and get help from us. Because usually when the problem is solved, the mental health bit also goes, to normal.
Okay.
If it is something which is more emotional because of maybe the hormonal fluctuations that are going on. Now, there's hormone replacement therapy, but we don't push too many people to do hormone replacement therapy because it has its own downsides as well. So what we would encourage is that you would leverage more on activities which would help the release of the feel-good hormones, even in the absence of the estrogen and the progesterone. Some of these activities are exercise, meditation, yoga, just doing something that you love. So if you have a hobby or something that makes you happy, just do that. For some people, it is just maybe having time with family and friends, sitting down, talking, vibing, watching a movie, anything. Anything that will lead to the release of dopamine, which is a feel-good hormone, is what we are looking for. And then women can also leverage a lot on the bonding that happens with mother and child. What happens with that is that there's a release of another hormone called oxytocin, which makes you feel loved. So the more that the women are bonding with their babies, it helps them to release a lot of oxytocin, and then they are able to have a better feeling. And of course, the social bit also comes in. We would encourage that the families, the friends, and the partners, more importantly, help the women. They need to be patient with them and understand that this is a big transition, right? And so you need to help them gradually. Sometimes it can get frustrating for even you, the person trying to help, but you need to understand that that is just a phase that they are in. So all the support that they need, whatever you can do to make them feel better, just do that for them.
It doesn't in any way affect the baby.
Yes, if a mother ends up with postpartum depression, depending on the severity, if it is mild postpartum depression, some of them are still able to go about their businesses. If it is moderate, they are in between. But those who have very severe postpartum depression, these people have a feeling of emptiness. They have a feeling of hopelessness. They are feeling guilty. So some of them may not even want to have anything to do with the babies. Some of them may blame the babies for what they are going through, right? And some of them too, if unfortunately it's ends up with an addition of psychosis, it makes it even worse. Because people who are psychotic, they have what we call disorganized behavior, right? And so they can do things which are not quote unquote normal. They can even harm the baby, right? And so it can affect the mother's relationship with the child if their mental health is not optimal. Yeah.
So sometimes we see that a woman has a baby and they're just on the street looking confused. Some say it's high fever, some relate it to spiritual things. What can be done if you start seeing traces of things like that, if you're a family or a friend or a partner?
Yeah. So once you start seeing traces, so usually if it is postpartum depression we are dealing with, you usually see that they'll have a low mood. So they're usually sad. They are not talking. You would see that they are withdrawn from everybody. The things that they loved doing, they'll stop doing them. Then some of them will begin to sleep too much. Some of them too will not be able to sleep. Some of them will not eat at all. Some of them will begin to eat too much. And then if it is psychosis, you would see that maybe they will be talking to themselves. Or if you are trying to communicate with them, you can't make sense of whatever they are saying. It's like they are saying a lot of things at once, right? So once you begin to pick up these symptoms, then you begin to worry. Now, the mistake that a lot of people make is trying to blame them or trying to make them think that there is something wrong with them. When you do that, you just push them further away. What would encourage is that you would rather show them more love, encourage them, tell them that, okay, this is ABCD that I've noticed. I want us to just go and let the doctor have you checked out. Then you bring them to us, because most of the time, if we leave a lot of people to handle these things on their own, they make a lot of mistakes. So we would prefer that you get them to see a mental health person, a psychologist, a psychiatrist. It can even be a general medical practitioner. We still know what to do to help them in that regard. And so the best thing is, if you think that something is going on and you can't handle it, just bring them to us and let us take it from there.
Does it get better with having more children after, if the first pregnancy is difficult?
Yeah. You know, data has shown that postpartum depression affects a lot of women who are having babies for the first time.
Okay.
So as they have babies subsequently, it gets better. The reason is that it's like now you have more experience. You know what to expect and all that. So it gets easier as they go along. But again, everybody's different. Somebody can have postpartum depression the first time. Now, the other thing is that when people have postpartum depression in one pregnancy, the chances of having it again in the next pregnancy is high. So they have like a risk. However, because they've been exposed before, sometimes, so it's neither here or there, yeah, because it can go this way, it can go that way.
Right.
Because of their experience, they may not have it, and also because of their previous experience, they may have it. So it's like you just have to keep your eyes on the ground, be on the lookout for it for subsequent pregnancies. If you see anything that you think is unusual, you can just have it checked out.
How devastating can it be for mothers with special children or children with special needs, or one who has lost the baby in the process?
Very devastating, very devastating. If you come to the hospital and you see these mothers, I mean, you wouldn't even wish that for your worst enemy. Some of these mothers, they are confused. No matter how we try to explain sometimes the conditions to them, they can't understand it like we do. And sometimes some of them begin to look at how their child is going to be in the future. They begin to have a very bigger picture.
Futuristic
yes,
picture of what
exactly.
They'll be going through.
And then that sometimes the truth of the matter is that mothers who have babies with special needs, mothers who have lost their babies, they are at more risk of postpartum depression, because these mothers have more to think about. Now they have to worry about all the hospital visits they have to do, all the money that goes into these hospital visits, whether their child is going to survive, how society is going to accept the child and all that. It takes a very big toll on them. And that is why I say that it's important that is the time that we as society, we need to become more accommodating for people with special needs, especially their parents. Because when a mother brings a child like that into society, a lot of stigma and discrimination goes on, a lot of gossiping here and there, and that just adds to the entire mental stress that she already has.
Right.
Yeah. And usually these things are not the mother's fault, technically, and so I don't think we should chastise them for it.
Definitely. Yeah. We did bring a story on the breakfast show about a 16, 17-year-old girl, junior high school girl, who didn't know she was pregnant and came from the north to do Kaya, and she had a baby at the bus stop and fled the hospital, and the baby was premature, and so the baby was in NICU. In such situations, were these signs of postpartum anxiety, mental health issues, and the women who would have their children premature and at the NICU, what are some of the ways that they should be helped? Is there help for them even?
There is help for them. You see, the hospital setting is such that if your baby is at NICU, the truth of the matter is that most of the time we end up giving all the attention to the baby and we forget about the mothers.
Go and breastfeed the baby.
That's the truth. Because usually, I remember when I was in NICU, when the mothers come, we encourage them, you know, the bonding, feed the baby. They'll have maybe an hour with the baby, then they go, and we forget to ask the mother herself, how are you doing? We forget to ask her, are you okay mentally? Do you need any help? So I think that we need to do better. Even those of us in the health sector, we all need to do better. In that, if we have a mother who has a baby in the NICU, when she comes to see the baby, we need to ask the mother as well, how are you doing? Because we need to remember that in as much as we are trying to keep this baby alive and healthy, at the end of the day, it is this mother that's going to take the baby home and continue the care that we think we are giving the baby.
Right.
And so if she is not healthy, whatever we think we are doing, we may be wasting our time.
Right.
And so it's very important that we begin to pay a lot of attention to the mothers as well, and not just focus on keeping the babies alive, because at the end of the day, we need the mothers for the babies to continue growing well. Yeah.
How does a stable, home and marriage also affect a woman and, postpartum issues?
Significantly affects the risk, because if somebody has a stable home, like I said, they have a lot of support, because you'd have maybe a stable partner, you'd have maybe other family members, everybody is bringing in something to help. And I mean, I'm not talking about money, I'm talking about emotional support and all that. I mean, it can also be money. And so it makes the burden on the mothers less, because she has less to worry about, because she knows that, okay, maybe my mom is going to take care of the baby in the morning, bath the baby, dress the baby up. If I need to take a nap, I can take a nap.
And that social system is helpful, right?
It's
when the
very
mothers
helpful.
come into bath
it is
and
very
stretch
helpful,
the baby.
because during that postpartum period, we're expecting the women to have a lot of sleep and rest, because their bodies have to recover from the, traumatic experience that they've gone through during the delivery process.
Right.
And so we expect them to have a lot of sleep, eat a lot of good food, relax, no stress. And you know how babies can be, they will be crying all the time.
Goodness.
So if the home is stable and there are lots of people to be carrying the baby, helping with changing diapers and all that, as the mother can get some rest, it is very, very helpful.
Right.
Compared to somebody who is on her own, she has to do everything by herself. She's going to struggle.
I mean, I hear the stories of sometimes when you're not in your own home country and you're abroad, and the depression, you see stories on social media about being alone, and their partner doesn't know what to do to support or help the situation, aside from maybe carry the child. What kind of attitudes should also be adopted finally to ensure that, you're happy during the pregnancy, you have your baby, and you have a positive mindset and attitude?
Okay, so during the pregnancy, it's very important to stay healthy. By healthy, I mean physically, mentally. So in as much as we know that you are not supposed to do anything vigorous, try not to be very ideal. Do a little exercises here and there. Do things that you love, things that would lead to the release of dopamine and make you feel good. If it is some hobbies, learn some hobbies. And then we would also encourage the partner. It's very important. There's a reason why when you go to antenatal with your partner, they actually make you skip the queue. You don't join the queue.
Right.
So if somebody comes with a partner and somebody doesn't come with a partner, even if the one who doesn't come with the partner came first, we will attend to the one who came with the partner
is that
first.
the case?
Yes.
Nice.
Yes, because
Okay.
we are trying to encourage the women to come with their partners. Because when the men follow the women to antenatal, as we are teaching them what to do during the pregnancy, what to do during childbirth, the men are also listening. So that if the woman gets overwhelmed, the man also knows what to do, and the burden is not all on the woman.
Right.
So I think that we all need to do better, both the partners and all of us as society. Like I said again, those of us in the healthcare system, we need to begin to pay more attention to the mothers, even as we are attending to the babies.
Right. And I just want to shout out some people philanthropists who go to the hospital sometimes and go and donate to the maternal health, ward to be able to support these mothers, because even poverty and finances, Pampers, diapers, when the baby is born, and the cost of all these things can be challenging.
Very challenging. We choose to call it pocketitis in the hospital. Where our patients or their relatives don't have money for the treatment that we need to give them. Because if you look at some of the babies who are born, like you said, if the baby is in the NICU, it's expensive. Medications that have to be bought, the diapers and everything is expensive. And so if the patient doesn't have money, it begins to put a lot of strain on what we can do to help them and also their own mental sanity. So sometimes you may even have to involve social welfare, then it becomes a very long process here and there. So it's very, very important. Very important,
I know you do some teaching and health tips on TikTok. What's your handle, and how can people find you and reach out to you?
Okay, so on TikTok, on Instagram, it's Iya the Medic. So Iya is EYA, then _ medic. So you can follow me on TikTok, on Instagram, on YouTube as well. I have a YouTube channel. It's also Iya the Medic, where we are putting up some content, health-related content. We're trying to educate people, discuss some of the topics that people don't like to talk about. And more recently, we've started a medical consult. For those of you who are shy to come to the hospital, we are putting out a service, so you can reach out to us. It's also on Instagram, Iya Medical Consults. Just send us a DM and then we can arrange an appointment for you.
We are expanding.
Yeah, we are.
Congratulations. That's good to know. And that's our conversation for this morning on postpartum mental health. I've been speaking to Dr. Esther Yesuto Agbozo, medical doctor, Wejagbawe Municipal Hospital. Remember, positive attitude, exercising, the kind of people around you, the emotional, the social, the physical support for the mothers is very, very crucial at this stage after childbirth, even during pregnancy. I am Altiti Saida Sadiq. My costume is by No Rush Collection. And up next is Social Media Corner. Stay with us.
Madasi. Sorry, continue.
Medasi. We dia look good to be. Hey, who baby I know pose. Nice shoe we looky. Who this girl not like him. They be like him. Oh, not say. Sa. We dia look good to be. Green. We dia look good to be. Green. Who fresh brand what pity. Or do club once ya started. This boy they fresh. If I catch him, man. Oh, not say. Sa. We dia look good to be. Green. Medasi. I look good to be. Hey, get in the position you're in. Why don't stop away? Where the Asa Kumasi Coco, Minana, and the Winina Sato. On the one of my time you could, Medium Targets here, Nadia Warrior, Nuntimatofre, Gamos about Turi, Obitonka, what on Mount.
And I'm a duo of Kache with a song there, Alumuitu Way, very famous hit from back in the day, and it's still going strong, if you ask me. Let's hashtag GTV Breakfast. Time now for the social media corner. And today we begin in a somber, reflective mood. Late Monday morning, we heard the news of the untimely passing of the presidential candidate for the Ghana Freedom Party, Madam Akua Donkor. She's been running this race for a while now, and unfortunately, we heard the news of her passing while we are still in shock and waiting and praying that it was a hoax. Yesterday, the news was confirmed that she passed at the Ridge Hospital. And today on the show, we want to take some time out to honor her memory. And so we're bringing you snippets of some of her life, some of the playbacks of what she did. And even at GBC, because of the elections, we have the program called My 10. She was set to be shown a telecast later today, but unfortunately, she won't be around to see it. And we gave her a chance to speak to us on what her presidential vision was. So coming up is a memoriam of a lost soul.
Me catch them. They say, Yanko was so big. What that crowd be Yano? What is she animal? And the moment when in that with Yanko Force, so when I boy and one way, or when you dear or the man will be a what a japadia when I made the man so big as I see so me. And the more be a one who will fear.
Promise on my honor to be faithful and loyal my motherland. I pledge myself to the service of Ghana. I'm all my swear and all my heart. I promise to owe you ISD. Our heritage going forward. I pledge my Mayaka. Our heritage going forward. Through the blood and toil of our fathers. You are my we are my head. I promise. Oh, him I travel. What's wrong with anymore? Why that baby? I'm fast. I am a man and I don't know some travel. Or don't have a anymore. There's one try to chair will be
Yes, so when the news broke on social media, a lot of people were sharing their sentiments. And we have a few of them which are coming up on the screen. One Nation says, if elections are held in the afterlife, I'll still vote for her. She's the only candidate who had this country at heart. Kalije also says, Akua Donkor. That feeling of shock, you know how much life is fleeting. Medical also says, RIP to Akua Donkor. Love this woman with the bird, the dove emoji over there. Lydia Forson says, this feels so surreal. Just last night, my friends and I talked about her journey and success as a farmer. I always admired that about her and how audacious she was for standing for president against all mockery. Little did we know she was gone. So those were a few of the comments from some celebrities who were sharing their thoughts and sentiments on social media. There's a lot of buzz in there. You can read most of them there as well. You can also share yours as well. And this is also an interview which she had earlier on, where she was speaking about where she would like to be buried in case of her passing.
When they are but say, Ufri Mona, the end of that state barrier, I am Mao, to say, yeah,
my friend says, yeah. Yeah, we can't tell us. I didn't see that the BSc intimidate. My friend is a minimum. I have one uncle, media back. I am uncle, uncle boy, and media back. Ganamo, they come and watch, as I said, Sam and uncle, media back. Into the American Yamin Fasamo, and the Unquestion, but say, Ufri Mona,
Yanida was state barrier. I am now to say, yeah,
my friend says, yeah. You have catch him, sir. I didn't see that the BSc intimidate. My pandemic is in the other year, but I'm not on media back. I am not on Coboy and media back. Ghana for they come and watch it.
So following her death, lots of issues cropping up as to who takes over for her on the ballots and such. Does the party still run? And because of all that, confusion and whatnot, the AC has since then released a press statement which goes, the Electoral Commission has today received information on the unfortunate passing of the presidential candidate of the Ghana Freedom Party, Madam Eke Adonkor. May she rest in peace. While the 1992 Constitution and the Public Elections Regulations 2020 CI 127 are not clear on processes to follow in the event of the death of a presidential candidate, Article 54 of the 1992 Constitution provides as follows, quote, where at the close of nominations, but before the election, one of the candidates dies, a further period of the 10 days shall be allowed for nominations, end quote. The Commission has since informed the GFP to make arrangements to nominate a new candidate and inform the Commission accordingly. In the meantime, the Commission has suspended the printing of presidential ballot papers, which was near completion. Thank you. This is coming from Samuel Tete, who is the Deputy Chairman, Operations. May her soul rest in perfect peace. All right. So last week, Thursday, Reverend Dr. Lawrence Tete, the president and founder of Worldwide Miracle Outreach, was on the breakfast show and made comments concerning HIV/AIDS pandemic. And because of that, he started trending on social media. The school wasn't happy. The University of Ghana wasn't happy with the comments he made and issued a statement, issued a response where the management of the University of Ghana has noted with grave concern the recent public statements by Reverend Lawrence Tete regarding alleged HIV infections among students at the university. The university finds these remarks on GTV's breakfast show on Thursday, October 24, 2024, insensitive and highly disappointing. His claims are totally unfounded and not supported by available data, and goes on to note three main key points. And at the latter part of the letter, it says, we assure the university community and the public of our support to all students by providing full access to proper medical care and counseling services. We urge the media and the public to approach sensitive health matters with responsibility and caution, focusing on verified facts rather than unfounded claims. Through this communication, the university expresses its displeasure regarding the discussion on GTV Breakfast Show and requests an apology and retraction from Reverend Tete and GTV. Signed, Dr. Eliza Taiba Amayao Brunya, who is the Director of Public Affairs Directorate for the University of Ghana. And so since statements were made like that, the Reverend Dr. Lawrence Tete has also issued an apology. Apology and retraction. I wish to formally address the issues that have been risen from comments I made on the GTV Breakfast Show on Thursday, the 24th of October 2024. The statements made during the program were not in any way intended to undermine the university, cause fear, stigma, or misinform the public. I deal with lots of people in my line of duty and get first-hand information on very sensitive issues they are faced with. That notwithstanding, I do not share any of this information privately or publicly because I hold in high esteem the confidence these people have in me to share such information. It is rather unfortunate that in referring to the youth with such problems, I linked or associated with students of the University of Ghana, thereby giving the university community cause for worry. I deeply regret the statement made concerning the health status of the students of the University of Ghana and wish to apologize and unconditionally retract the statements. God richly bless you. This coming from Reverend Dr. Lawrence Tete, CC, GTV, and all the social media houses as well. So the Reverend Dr. Lawrence Tete has issued and retracted that comment. So that was also making the rounds on social media yesterday. Another story that was making the rounds on social media was a UGMC medical report released concerning the East Legon accident. The son of Bishop Salifu Amwako has been discharged but will not be taken to the police for interrogation. And this has caused a lot of netizens to react on social media. Looking at the letter, it says, a medical report, Salifo Amwako, the above client presented to University of Ghana Medical Center on 12 October 2024. He was referred from Legon Hospital with an open right ankle dislocation and facial lacerations. I'll not go too much into the report. Later on the headlines, we delve much into it. But I'll just read the last parts of this thing. He was discharged on 28th October 2024 to be reviewed on OPD basis. He is currently not fit to be sent to the police station for interrogation. When he is done with treatment, I will inform you accordingly. Thank you. Yours sincerely, Dr. Fred Salawu, who is with the University of Ghana Medical Center. So when this letter made the rounds, a lot of people, of course, raised their comments, some crying foul, some also saying they support the decision. So a lot's going on social media when that letter was released. Rapper Lil Deck has been arrested. He's a musician. He's a rapper all the way in the United States of America, and he has been arrested in connection with the murder. They are claiming he hired somebody to take out a rival, and because of that, fans here in Ghana were demonstrating. Earlier on Monday, we showed you reactions to Ghanaian citizens reacting to El Clasico, how Barcelona beat Real Madrid, and now it's Ghanaians reacting to Lil Deck's arrest here in Kumasi. Take a look at this video. Leader from Africa, Ghana, there you see fans of Lil Deck protesting. And now Meek Mill also reacted when he saw the pictures and videos of the protesters. And he said this is beyond, it's really bigger than the streets. Ghanaians are really interesting people. Now, at the 70th anniversary of the Nurses and Midwifery Council, Akosua Japan, one of our great musicians, took to the stage. And it's the vibrancy for me, how upbeat she was, performing and everything. You know, as a performer, I don't think you ever age because the energy she puts in there. And the video is trending all over social media. This lady has been performing since before I was born, and she's still going strong. My goodness, where does she get the energy from? So that video there of Akosua Japan. Another video making the rounds on social media has a lot of people speaking about, hey, nowadays there are a lot of people, social media is an outlet for their emotions. They just speak whenever an issue crops up. Now, the issue that cropped up is a Ghanaian living abroad who shared a video of the Chinese educational system and, of course, compared it to Ghana's. And, of course, it had a lot of people reacting. Here's the video.
Chinese kiddies, they learn be way beyond us. If you don't know, my kiddie just started primary school at the age 6. One of his homework is to record himself reading for 20 minutes and send to an app. He for skip every day and record as well. The teacher, they use this app to check their activities and homework. He for also record himself reciting characters he learned for the day. This is one of the science activities they have, making a time tunnel. It's really sad that our education system no they encourage critical thinking like this. Be what 6-year-olds in China they do. It be normal crowd. I they watch my kiddie now and I they understand why Asian and Chinese kiddies will always be smarter than ours. Charlie, we can do better. I don't know about now, but as me I go school, I know learn these kind of things at an early age.
All right, so there is it. This is all time will allow us for. I want you to go and check out Bogo Blaze song Pam. It's the remix. It features Clemento Suarez. It's also making the rounds on social media. If you didn't know, Clemento Suarez alter ego is called John Boo, and he's giving some lyrics. So let's go to Studio 5 for the sports update.
My name is Akosi Aije. Welcome to the sports update on GTV and GTV Sports Plus. In our first story, we're looking at Ghana's U20 men's national team as they get ready to face off with Nigeria in the ongoing WAFU Zone B tournament. And so the stage is set for a big showdown as rivals Ghana and Nigeria prepare to battle it out for the WAFU U20 championship today in Togo, with the Black Satellites determined to reclaim the title from their rivals. The Stade de Coupe in Lomé will be the center of footballing drama as two of Africa's most storied youth teams meet in a match of epic proportion. While both Ghana and Nigeria have secured qualification to the U20 African Cup of Nations next year, the clash between two of the West African's football powerhouses evoke emotions with a sub-regional title and bragging rights at stake. Ghana's journey to the final has been marked by resilience, individual brilliance, and teamwork after navigating their way through a tough group comprising Togo, Benin, and Niger. The Black Satellites stopped their group after drawing twice against Togo and Benin and accounted for Niger 2-0 before they rallied from behind to beat Cote d'Ivoire 2-1 in their semi-final match. The Black Satellites are determined to reclaim the title from the current holders, Nigeria, in what promises to be an absorbing final in Lomé today. The WAFU U20 Zone B Championship serves as the qualification for the 2025 Africa U20 Cup of Nations, with only Ghana and Nigeria going through. This U20 AFCON will also serve as an African qualifier for the 2025 FIFA World Cup in Chile, where the 4 semi-finalists will qualify automatically. Their ability to grind out results, coupled with their attacking flair of players like Jerry Efriye and Musubai Aziz, have propelled Desmond Offer's side to the finals.
Et quelle joie actuellement au niveau des supporters d'Accra contre la sortie du portier.
And now to women's football. As yesterday, the FA Cup draw was held so far as Ghana women's Premier League teams are concerned. And so let's go through some of the pairings in the Northern Zone. The matches will take place between the 8th and 11th of November. And so some of the fixtures are Wa Royals, who will be playing against Wa All-Stars ladies. We have Anfani ladies, who will play against the Bagabaga ladies, Nasara ladies, who will take on Konkoa ladies, Tamale Super ladies, who play Premier League, will also play against the FC Young Queens. We have Prisons ladies playing against Ampem Dakwa ladies, while Fosu Royal ladies will play against Jabba ladies. Dynamite ladies playing against Ashtown ladies, and Fabulous ladies slugging it out with Kumasi Sports Academy. Nana Ifya Ampem Kobe girls will play against Dreams ladies in the northern zone. And in the southern zone, remember that the matches will also take place between the 8th and 11th of November. We have Wisdom ladies who will play against Blacko Soccer Academy. Hazakis ladies playing against FC Summertex ladies. Soccer Intellectuals will take on Kesewa ladies. Socrates Maidens playing against Infantaman Royals. Lady Strikers will play against Ali Royal ladies. Teshi Constant ladies will play against Faith ladies. Halifax Queens will slag it out with Immigration ladies. Joinina ladies in the Ghana Premier League will play against Premier League side FC Epiphany Warriors. GRA ladies will play against Berry ladies. And we have Kotoku Rush ladies playing against Valued Girls, and Agave Glad ladies slagging it out with Unlock ladies, and Luther Thunder ladies will play against Ketu ladies. And now to men's football, and in a surprising 10 out of events yesterday, football legend Abedi Pele visited Kumasi Asante Kotoko while training as they prepare to play against Legon Cities. According to the club, this was a morale booster visit for them.
I want my result. That might screw himself. I want my result and I'm now full of it.
Quite a moment the players had with the legend Abedi Pele. Meanwhile, Kotoko coach Prosper Neteyogum has been talking, and he says he's optimistic ahead of his team's game against Legon Cities.
It's led to overall team performance. So to me, he did okay, and he needs to keep it up.
Next on the bill is Legon Cities, a side that we've dominated, especially playing at their home ground. Last year, you won by 3-1 in the first league contest of this nature.
I think we need to go all out and make sure that we get the maximum points. These are two different teams entirely. They have a new team altogether. We also have a new team altogether. And I think that's where the difference lies. I mean, it's not like both teams are keeping to their old players where they know themselves. So all that we have to do is to make sure that we work extra hard on the field tomorrow and make sure that the few chances or the many chances that will come out, we will try and then convert them, because we need to make sure that we go home with the maximum points.
Which
We'll be playing an extended version of that particular interview when we preview the Ghana Premier League later on. Now to tennis, while over 250 semi-professionals and social tennis players are participating in the 22nd edition of the Accra Senior Open Tennis Championship at the Accra Lawn Tennis Club. The competition runs until the 9th of November 2024.
Men's categories include 25 to 34, 35 to 44, and 55 to 64, while women will compete in categories up to 39, 40 to 49, and 50 plus. Additionally, there are semi-professional categories for men aged 30 to 40 and 41 and older. In the doubles event, players will compete in the men's categories of 34 to 44, 45 to 54, 55 to 64, 65 to 74, and 75 plus, along with women's categories up to 39 and 40 plus. There will also be mixed doubles in both social and semi-professional divisions. This two-week competition attracts players from across the country, making it the largest tennis event in Ghana. Here are some results from day one. In the men's 25 to 34 years singles category, Frederick Anda defeated Michael Doe Ajani 9-7. In the 34 to 44 years category, Dr. Abem Richlieu lost to Happy Ja, while James Riafe triumphed over Mensa Ransford 9-2. Dr. Abraham Opon secured a win over Glende Etonam with a score of 9-0. In the 44 to 54 years category, Mensa Kobna Alex lost 2-9 to Dr. Patrick Banker, and Frederick Van Dever defeated Kwesi J 9-3. In the 55 to 64 years group, George Mills beat Freda Power 9-5. Some participants are happy at the turn of events.
I hadn't played on the clay court for some time, but I usually play on the hard court, so I needed to get into the rhythm. And initially I was making too many unforced errors. So I needed to just recalibrate and just play percentage tennis, just slicing the ball, just taking my time to get into the flow. And at the end of the day, I had a good win.
Oh yeah, no, I always wanted to participate because I've been living here for a few years and I was never there. So this is the biggest tournament to play in Ghana. So now that I'm here for 2 weeks, I want to win it.
To at least get past the second round, and my opponent was pretty good. She kept the balls in, and it was a tough match, but I won. So.
The tournament coordinator, Mr. Peter Annan, says he expects lots of surprises.
The experts are also there. Those who won last year, they're also around. They're going to play the good tennis. We are watching nice tennis, and we are hoping that the professionals also join in the week's time. But so far, so good.
The competition will conclude on November 9, 2024.
And on the foreign front, the Libya Football Federation says that they will appeal over AFCON sanctions linked to Nigeria. And so the Football Federation for Libya, they are saying they will go to the highest level of litigation as it seeks to overturn the sanctions imposed upon it after the national side's 2025 African Cup of Nations qualifier against Nigeria was cancelled. The Super Eagles boycotted the match in Benghazi after their plane from Nigeria was diverted from its intended destination and their squad was stranded in an airport terminal overnight. The days before the tie, which was scheduled for 15th October, were dominated by a deepening tit-for-tat war between the two countries. A Confederation of African Football Disciplinary Board subsequently awarded Nigeria a 3-0 win and fined the Libya Football Federation $50,000. Meanwhile, Libya raised complaints that their squad had received poor treatment in Nigeria ahead of the reverse fixture on 11th October, which the host won 1-0. CAF stepped in and cancelled the tie in North Africa, and a disciplinary board decided that Libya had breached 2 articles of its disciplinary code as well as an article of the Africa Cup of Nations regulations. The breaches related to principles of conduct, security for the organization of matches, and accumulating visiting teams. At the time, Trust Ekun described the treatment Nigeria received as mind games, but the Libya Football Federation denied suggestions of foul play.
Good effort this from Frank Onyeka.
And now to Zambia, where they mourn 7 footballers who were killed, unfortunately, in a bus crash. The Zambian football is in mourning after 7 players from Shavuma Town Council FC were killed in a bus crash. The country's Football Association expressed its deep shock at the accident, which occurred on Saturday while the squad was traveling to a 3rd-tier league game in the northeast of the country. According to the rep, we were in touch with football, civil and law enforcement authorities in the province to furnish us with full details. That's according to FAS President Andrew Kamanga. 12 other people were injured in the accident, and 5 of those have been evacuated to the capital, Lusaka, for treatment. The names of the president, Patrice Motsepe, said he and the governing body hope and pray that those injured will fully recover soon. According to the statement, I convey my personal and CAF's deepest condolences, Motsepe added. Well, that's it for the sports on GTV. But here on GTV Sports Plus, there's more sports with me and Gloria Pepper right after this break.
Papa Sammy, I beg if you find something small, give us.
Bro Sammy, you see, no be say boys no want do nothing and just they rely on handouts. Jobs to no deal.
I understand the hassle. Hope they come. John Mama, they come do the National Apprenticeship Program where it go sort you guys.
Brother Sammy, waiting with that.
John Mama knows say no be everybody way won't work for office. Like me.
That one day is true.
Under the National Apprenticeship Program, young men and women where they won't learn craft will be enrolled under the program and attached to a senior craftsman who will train them for free.
I beg you, mechanic day inside. Me like this, I don't want to learn mechanical, but the course no.
Mechanics day inside. Organizing, dressmaking, fabric making, catering, hairdressing, tiling, painting. What they even sweet about this whole thing, they say, when you pleat, the NDC government go make sure say they go give you certificate where you go fit take go look for job anywhere.
Oh, that's be wonderful.
Another wonderful thing be say when you plead, the NDC government go sound set you up with startup capital and equipment to make sure you can start your own business.
Wow! I dey go shopping my town wait 7th December.
Vote for change. Vote for John Mahama and the NDC.
Deɛ ɔman keka wa ba hɔ dia tua no betumo mo ba ye mahu san keka wa na stain bi kra e wɔ fam ha ti mahu hwehwam nua me so aka bi ma mo at
buying 20 disinfectant, buying stain remover and so ha ye were buying liquid soap, buying zone power bleach and the keka ka ho bebre was a few mu hospitals, schools, canteens, warehouse, factories and no bia e was so use
0243 10 48 83 and 0541 80 80 96
FDRG didn't crack so yet.
As for this year's election, dear, I want my candidate to be number 1 on the ballot paper. When no one will tell.
Minia, in a dream or what? Everyone knows the number 1 spot is reserved for EC's favorite candidate. Number 1 honey, EC for now,
oh, how? I thought there's some procedure for balloting.
Hey, look, it's the man from EC. Let's ask him before he leaves.
Okay. Hey, what people again? Tell me, what would you like to know?
Abego, how then they position the candidates for the ballot paper stop?
We were just discussing how the EC chooses who gets the number 1 spot on the ballot paper.
EC chooses?
Yes, Hadiana, it's not fine.
My brother, don't believe everything you hear. Let me tell you how the balloting process is done.
Okay.
There are 2 rounds of balloting. First, they ballot to decide the order in which candidates will pick in the final balloting.
Oh, okay.
Then in that order, they pick again to determine their position on the ballot paper.
Really?
What is here? The process is very transparent. The Electoral Commission does not have a favorite candidate. Hey, America, they don't have a horse in the race. And so they do not manipulate the balloting process.
It is not fixed at all.
Now I understand. So all these stories about EC choosing
they are all just misconceptions.
Oh,
no, Caribbean do not fall for such talk. The Electoral Commission strives for fairness in every step of the process.
We won't fall for the lies again.
Ghana for remember the balloting process. No, it be it be transparent. All will be done in the full glare of the candidates, the party agents, and the media people serve day to day there. No secret for anywhere. No libi labalaba. Hey, play.
Kiss everywhere.
8K. Hey, wait.
You go put it on his tab. This is my man.
Good luck. Bill Radio. We are star 712. I'm on dialing the magic numbers. Star 712. Now welcome to the luckiest. And now with me at home ticket. You can buy for yourself or your loved one.
Mommy, tell mommy who's here.
You're buying for me, right?
Or who else?
Let's
choose buy tickets for others.
Love you, boo boo.
Maybe straight to option 4. You need to buy tickets worth 50 Ghana to qualify. Yes, you can buy random or preferred tickets. I'm choosing random tickets. Listen, if you buy the random ticket, the system chooses a random number for you. But if you buy the preferred, you get to input your own preferred 5 digits. 5. Now follow the prompt and confirm. Now the luckiest.
The luckiest is regulated by the NLA on the Caritas platform, not for persons below 18 years. TNCs apply.
Abraham J. More from Tuna Manfi. Mammy from the Dupia, one of Mammy, I saw in the autumn. Papa sometimes listen to this composed Sony B. Macatama to me, Sony B. Teach them of Bobia Sana. If you grab pad at a native Pampoyade in your beauty, more than 4. I'm a swing penny. Until me what your chest in and I made you right to me. Yeah, maybe I could say my another make a day. Until you were from Tinuma Okada, I could father day, free as a chest in the back. I'm ready, Madame. To Musumo to my death, my best says, no matter school. To my bag. Now, sometimes you prefer Mrs. I did school, for you I am a day. Maybe sometimes Musu the mamma ready tea. I feel to me, baby, to me, I should be school. You're just school for simple. My Gary sugar na mirror na di put your day when you be at our school. Now, cut table to school for circle. I'm the Biamakada father one bar. the obey president and I don't hear free success, no agility. None of me, I could pour no bad or both were here. You can't cut to work, see, mamma, and each other up a penny. Well, my hair say, yeah, papa crying, there will be a man you so. Yen quiet, see, school. Yeah, cash at the end day. Young good aim, my sitter. Your book couldn't I see how poor man.
Young Fassa Abatwi, and more free SHS. Ehubai. Etituaba, Emma Dr. Mahmoud Baumia, where you're number 1 with ballot paper.
As always, the clarion call is #StopGalamsey now. Good morning, welcome. It's 7:41. The clock is there, so I keep doing that. 7:41.
Wednesday.
Yes, midweek. We have our headlines this morning. Here they are.
And for the Ghanaian Times, the big one says renewed chieftaincy dispute. Stop politicizing Boko conflict as Boateng admonishes politicians. Boko under curfew following deadly chieftaincy clashes.
Yes, and there's a Mahama rails for truce
in Boko conflict.
In Boko. So yeah, Boko is a big deal.
This thing ends before
Boko is a big deal, and that's our headline this morning. Government urges ceasefire in Boko, imposes curfew, deploys security. That's a chieftaincy minister up there. Okay, all right.
For the Chronicle, Lands Commission officers charged with money laundering. It's a big one.
Big one there. Okay. From the Chronicle, we're going to the Daily Guide. Reverse decision on vacant seats. Speaker to Supreme Court.
Right. Some parliament issues there. The Ghanaian Observer, Baumia pledges monthly stipend for chiefs.
Okay. The Daily Analyst, EC suspends printing of ballot papers. GFP has 10 days to nominate new flag bearer. That's a big one as well.
About that as well.
Indeed,
yes,
indeed.
A big one. For the Daily Dispatch, we have restored lost livelihoods through cocoa rehabilitation. NAPO.
Okay. They find our economy to achieve 4 to 4.5% growth by year end, says Professor Kwate, who is the director of ISSE, University of Ghana.
Right. The Daily Searchlight has carnage in Boko, more than 20 lives lost in renewed clash.
Okay. Daily Post, Akufo-Addo fears accountability, hesitant to hand over power, says Mahama. All righty.
Yeah.
Yes, indeed. May she rest in peace. A unique voice in Ghanaian politics, will be remembered for her fearless spirit, dedication to her beliefs, her impact on Ghana's political landscape won't be forgotten. Heartfelt condolences to her family and loved ones. Madame Ekua Donka, former flag bearer of the Ghana Freedom Party, a party that she founded. May she rest in perfect peace. So there are conversations on slavery. I sat down with a anti-slavery campaigner. Very unique conversation that I had last week. We'll play that back today. And then with you?
Well, with me later, I'm sitting with a school. They're celebrating their anniversary. So I'll let you know which school it is. And if you know your school is in the building today, well, just go on GTV Ghana on social media and share the link. And then wait whilst they come in. Then we'll do the anthem and all about the anniversary.
It be so. And later on, the power duo is here with Jay.
Are going to be?
Yes, Keche is in the house. So you stick around for that.
We're preparing our dance moves.
It be so.
Okay, Cap.
It's 7:45. You are watching GTV Breakfast. Thank you for fixing your eyeballs here every morning around this time. It's headlines. My name is Kafui Day. If there's anything on your mind you want to react to in the news, here's our WhatsApp number for you to send your thoughts. 055-556-1034. My guests, Mr. Richard Suma, was an independent presidential candidate, but has now thrown all of his weight behind Mr. Alan Kyerematen in the movement for change. Richard, good morning.
Good morning, Cafe.
Good to have you here. And sitting next to him is a former member of the Honorable House of Parliament. He used to represent the people of Bulsa North in the Upper East region. He is the Honorable Timothy Awuntrim Atabwade. Good morning.
Good morning, Kafui.
How are you?
I'm fantastic by His grace and His mercy. We are all fine.
How far? Yes, sorry about that. How far is Boku from your constituency?
Boku from our constituency, Bolga, is about approximately 80 kilometers.
Boku is in the news.
Yes.
Your thoughts about that?
Let me say good morning once again to our viewers out there, and good morning to the people of Upper East region and to the people of Boko and the country at large. You see, Kafu, is a difficult situation for all of us in the Upper East region, particularly, and to the country as a whole. And I was not around, done some traveling. When I came, I heard that the issues in Boko has raised their ugly heads again, and we are doing a merry-go-round over the issues. And it is sad that even innocent people have been caught in the web of this trouble and their lives taken away. They are breadwinners. They are also contributing to the development of this country. And for me, it is a sad spectacle, and it is an issue that should have been nipped in the bud long ago. And we know the issues there. In fact, the president, Nana Addo Dankwa Akufo-Addo, is the chief security officer of this country. And he's been briefed. The brief is given to him every morning. In fact, it is a sector that briefs the president every morning about the happenings. Because there's nothing that can happen in this country without secured security. And to get up, and this is an old issue that has been back and forth. And the narrative that I've got is that the Mamprusi chief had been brought in against all the advice and so on. That brought about the current issues. It's a sad spectacle. I was looking at the fact that even two people or so, the same brotherhood, had gone to celebrate or if you mourn their father, and they were caught in the web. They were asked to return, and on their way they were ambushed and killed from the same family. And there were about 16 people total that has died as a result of this recent insurrection. And I think that the president has failed. The security that is supposed to monitor the situation have also equally failed. The Minister for Interior, all the security architecture should be held responsible for this. Absolutely responsible, because it's a fragile situation. We saw all of us as politicians trying to see how we can disengage in terms of inflammatory words, in terms of the fact that if you are commenting and even your actions and inaction should engender peace, it should engender harmony, it should engender solutions to the issues there. But if we've come this way and then the people already under very heavy economic issues are going through another chieftaincy dispute, I think that is sad. And you see, the issues in Boku, they are always exacerbated when this government is in power. I think that the people of Boku themselves must, first of all, peace emanates from the people. They must, first of all, embrace peace. Because no one can impose peace on you. They are not doing peace enforcement. You must first embrace peace and agree. When I was in Parliament, Kafui, I was part of the ministry, the Committee on Interior. We had a long discussion in Kumasi over the Boku issues. We were called there for a workshop. All the people, the creme de la creme of the Boku people were there for us to discuss the issue. I think it was even under the auspices of some non-governmental organization. We talked since then, we haven't heard where it has gotten to. And it can, you see, when that happens, other public servants are affected, our institutions, they come to a halt, everything comes to a standstill, and we all know that Bawku is a vibrant place for economic activity in terms of trade, the cross-border nature. And when it persists, what then happens is that people and other, we call them Islamists or so, can use that as a conduit to infiltrate. And I think there was even an alarm to ring the bell that there were some insurgents that were using that part, which these issues are replete, and I've heard most security experts talked about it so passionately, and I think that as a country we have failed. The president has failed as the chief security officer of this country. His security architecture have equal. It brings into mind what happened when the Yanas issue took place, and there was a Mowag that could not move. You see, the issues are so sad, and I don't want to this morning go into areas that would completely exacerbate the situation. I want to sympathize and empathize, particularly with those who have lost loved ones as a lot of this needless crime have been prevented in a way. And especially in an election year where tensions are high, we should not joke with some of these issues. They can be nipped in the bud. All cautions will be taken, and that we have a free Bawku and a free Upper East. Because when it happens, it does affect me too. I'm a son of the region, and I'm a son of Bawku too at the same time. We intertwine, we do things together and so on. And I feel sad this morning to be talking about an issue that we could have arrested it, and it wouldn't have deteriorated to this stage. So I empathize with them, and the national security should take control. There must be justice, but justice can be done when there's peace. All those culpable that have led to the loss of the needless loss of life, just like the 8 people who died in Techiman. And these issues are criminal matters. Time cannot heal the wounds, because when people who by their actions led to the needless loss of life are not brought to book, then the wounds of these cannot be healed unless people see that justice has been done and done effectively. Then people cannot be allowed to let sleeping dogs lie.
Okay, thank you very much, Honorable Atabwade. Just a couple of top news lines concerning Bawku before I bring in Mr. Suma. So the Chief Justice has ordered the closure of 7 courts as a direct result of the crisis in Bawku. So a couple of courts, so let me just read them out. These are the courts are the High Court in Bolgatanga, the Circuit Court in Bolgatanga, District Court in Bolgatanga, District Court in Zwarungu, District Court in Zebila, District Court in Garu, District Court in Bongo. Registrars are to keep all assets of the courts in proper custody, and all staff are to stay safe in order to ensure the safety and security of judges, staff, lawyers, and court users. The Honorable Lady Chief Justice has ordered the closure of these courts. I repeat, in Bolgatanga you have the High Court, the Circuit Court, the District Court. In Zwarungu you have the District Court, Zebila the District Court, Garu District Court, and Bungo District Court. So these courts in the Upper East region have all been shut down, operations suspended there because of this crisis. The Minister for Chieftaincy and Religious Affairs, Stephen Asama Boateng, says that the removal of a rival chief will bring calm. More than 20 people have been reportedly killed in this renewed clash. And there are calls by the Minister for Chieftaincy and Religious Affairs not to politicize the conflict. Member of Parliament for Zebila, Cletus Avoka, saying it's too early to declare state of emergency. The NPP candidates have suspended their campaigns amid rising tensions in Bawku, and a couple of gunshot victims have been identified. It's a pretty sad situation there. Mr. Suma, what do you make of the Bawku situation?
Thank you, Kafui, and I'd like to say good morning to honorable member seated here right with me. It's a privilege and honor. I'd like to greet all your viewers out there and the good people of Bawku this morning. To be very honest with you, I think these are things that can be prevented, especially when we are very fair and balanced in our transactions. It is simply because we have ended up politicizing the chieftaincy institution, in as much as we claim chiefs shouldn't be involved in party politics, and therefore we assume they are supposed to be neutralists. We still get people who are into chieftaincy positions who are very actively involved in day-to-day politics. And there are a lot of skirmishes that happen behind the screen that most of us don't happen to hear them or know about it until it backfires on us to trigger situations such as this, before we end up trying to identify what the cause is and why we couldn't have prevented it. Today, if 20 people have lost their life, you know, it's a loss to the country, because all these people could have contributed in one way or the other to the development of the country. But all I can see is that they say the devil finds work for the idle hands. It is simply because the people are mainly idle there. Boku is a very fertile enclave for industrialization or for agribusiness or for manpower development. Something should be tailored there. When there is a specific activity that are tailored towards the development of the place, and people are actively busy day in, day out, it is difficult for them to engage in some of these petty issues. And like the senior honorable said, leadership is all about providing safety and security for the people you lead. Therefore, if you have been given a leadership role, the safety and security of the people you lead should be paramount to you. It shouldn't be something that you do that is in the ultimate interest of yourself. So I feel like this Boku issue has been with us over the years, and we could have found better way of resolving the issue and preventing it from happening again. We, for instance, have the Ministry of Chieftaincy and so forth. I would have thought that there would be a proper documentation. You see, succession plan in traditional leadership is always there. It is there, so it can be documented. The history says that after this person passes on, this one is supposed to take over, or this family is next in line. So it's surprising to know that a time will come when the people know that, yeah, this is the next person in line, but because of political orchestration, somebody will sit somewhere and say, look, you know, even though this person is in line to succeed the person that is deceased, we don't want that person to be there. So they will play a MasterCard behind the scene and get somebody to take over. And this normally also breeds the confusion that we are engulfed in ourselves in these few days that we are getting close to election. Instead of us having a peaceful society, now we have issue of Boku to be talking about. Instead of us focusing on how we have a fair, free, credible election, we are now being diverted to talk about Boku and the crises that are there. Because I watched it yesterday on Al Jazeera. That's where I actually got to know that something of this nature is happening. When I saw it, I opened my mouth and said, really? I didn't know people have died, and as much as 20 people were reported to have died on Al Jazeera. And I think it's quite very abysmal. It put us in a bad market as far as the international media space is concerned. So all I can plead with the people of Boku is that, you see, in every society, they would like to be very, what do I call it? Very, you see, every society, every human society can become very violent, can become very, very violent. From the days of Adam to today, every human society can become violent because we are human beings. Even in the animal kingdom, there is violence. So in human society, violence is part of us. That is why it is always good to curtail it. How do you curtail it? By making sure that law and order prevails. By making sure that everybody is put under check and balance. To make sure that leadership is fully focused on making sure that everybody is sweeping line. And if everybody is sweeping line and people have been given sufficient work to do, there is a lot of work for them to do. And they wake up from bed every morning, their focus is on work and getting daily bread. I don't really think they'll wake up and be killing each other. So I only appeal to the security agencies to go back there, make sure they are neutralists. They shouldn't go and take side. They shouldn't go and be supporting one side against the other. Yesterday on Al Jazeera, I was hearing somebody say that there is a curfew in Boku. Why is there no curfew in Wale Wale? That presupposes that I think maybe the vice president comes from Wale Wale. I'm not too sure about that. But if that is the case, then maybe people have already started to read political meaning into it. Why curfew in Boku and there is no curfew in Wale Wale? When the same issue that is happening in Boku is the same issue that is snowballing and happening in what? In Wale Wale. So all these things come to play, and I think we really have to step our feet on the ground and make sure we prevent it once and for all.
Thank you very much.
Just a second.
Yeah, you want to say something?
Yes, the 8 people were ambushed when they were traveling from Bolga to Tamale, and they were mercilessly murdered. I think we saw the pictures and we saw how dastardly the acts were, very cruel. And I think these, among other important factors, are why they are calling for the curfew there. But let me put it on record that the Vice President indeed comes from Walwale.
Okay.
He's from Walwale. And you see, who is saying that the conflict should not be politicized?
The Chieftaincy Minister.
Really? Who is his name? What is his name?
You are grilling me now. You don't know the name of the Chieftaincy Minister.
It escaped me.
He's Honorable Stephen Asamoah Boateng.
Asamoah Boateng should give us a break. He's a senior colleague, senior member of parliament, senior minister. Who is politicizing You see, when the issues come, they should not obfuscate the issues and hide under politics. The chieftaincy institution is politics. It's political. We are talking about partisan politicization of the matter, which they cannot run away. In fact, the president, when he went to finally smoke the peace pipe in the Tamale conflict, he named himself Abu Dhani. Is that not what he named himself? When it's good, it's good. You name yourself. But when it's bad, don't politicize it. Who is in charge of the chieftaincy ministry? Were these issues privy? Like my brother said this morning, the issues are well documented from the Supreme Court down the line. Who should document them again? The succession plan, what is happening, we know them. How come conflicts are always coming when there's a certain group of people who man the security architecture in this country? It has not helped us, it won't help us. We are the only people who can ensure that there's peace among our people. And the most important thing, like he has said this morning, is that, look, peace must reign. Peace emanates from the people. Justice emanates from the people. The people of Boko, and for that matter, Upper East and Ghana, need peace to reign. There's nothing that can happen in this country without peace, without security. No investment can come. If we don't show that we are in control of our own issues, who should come and do? There's no amount of nuclear weapons or atomic energy or military accoutrement that can bring peace. Peace cannot be brought by this. If not, the people in Palestine would have had peace by now, looking at how long the UN has been there. It is our utterance. It is how much investment and resources we put into the area that has conflict that would bring up resolutions of the matter. We know, don't we know what is happening in Boko? Massa sit here to regurgitate. The document, it has gone to the Supreme Court has ruled. How come that politically it's not stable? So Honorable Asamoah Boateng should give it, no one is politicizing. They should look within themselves. What happened? They should look within their spirit. What happened in the Boko issue game? Barely 5 months to an election, where you want votes, where you want that the people should vote for you, where you want to take, MPs. And the issue has completely escalated. When does it happen? In terms of this, that you cannot handle it, needless loss of lives. So for me, I think that they should stop obfuscating the issues. They should be factual with the people. The people themselves know. We all know. No amount of saying that they should stop. Who is politicizing what? You are in charge of governance of this country. Stop begging this issue and resolve the matter. Safini.
Safini, on continue. So this is the Minister for Chieftaincy and Religious Affairs, Stephen Asamoah Boateng, urging residents of Boko to unite and avoid politicizing the areas, escalating conflict. Reading from the graphic, he stressed the need for peace and stability in the area to facilitate the area's development. He spoke at a press briefing yesterday, October 29, reaffirming the government's commitment to addressing the long-standing chieftains and ethnic disputes that have fueled recent violence in the region. So there was a deadly gunfire attack on last Sunday, where unidentified gunmen opened fire on travelers on the Bogatanga-Tamale Highway near Gbimsi, close to Walwale. In the incident, a number of people were killed. 2 vehicles were set ablaze, escalating public fear, increasing demands for government intervention. Mr. Samuel Boateng says, quote, the government remains resolute in its dedication to peace in Boku. I implore all sides to stop the conspiracy theories and blame game. We need calm and unity free from political manipulation to ensure effective government intervention in both security and chieftaincy issues. Mr. Samuel Boateng has also appealed to traditional leaders in Boku, urging them to exercise restraint and avoid actions that might worsen the conflict. Quote, I strongly call on the traditional leaders from both sides to refrain from any acts that will escalate the situation. He's assuring residents of Boku that the government will continue to engage with all parties impartially, working alongside local and national leaders to ensure lasting peace in the area. I want to just end on this note and point you to, because I've been very curious about the history of this particular conflict. And there's an academic called Felix Y.T. Longi. He put a paper out dated 2014, but it traces the history of the Kusasi-Mamprusi conflict in Boku, a legacy of British colonial policy in northern Ghana. Look for it. I've actually posted the whole paper as a thread on Twitter, on X, on my X. So look for me at Kafui Day, and I pinned it to the top of my X. Go check it out. It's a long, but very, very useful backgrounder to the whole situation, about how the whole conflict started. It's close to 100 years now this thing has been happening. So it's the roots are almost 100 years old, and it just gives you a nice backgrounder to the whole situation. It's a thread of the Boku conflict, and you can Google the Kusasi-Mamprusi conflict in Boku, a legacy of British colonial policy in northern Ghana. So there's chieftaincy issues, there are political issues, court issues that need to be resolved so that there's peace and calm in the nation. You're watching GTV Breakfast. If you live in Boku, work in Boku, come from Boku, are visiting Boku, 56-1034. The Electoral Commission is in the news. So is Ghana Freedom Party. So is Madam Ekua Donkor, whose demise we learned of yesterday with a lot of sadness. And her death has triggered a couple of developments as far as the Electoral Commission is concerned. There's a statement that they put out yesterday that I want to read to you this morning, and then we'll have some conversation on the topic. So this is the statement from the Electoral Commission. It's a press release dated 29th October 2024, titled Death of 2024 Presidential Candidate Madam Ekua Donkor. The Electoral Commission has today received information on the unfortunate passing of the presidential candidate of the Ghana Freedom Party, Madam Ekua Donkor. May she rest in peace. While the 1992 Constitution and the Public Elections Regulation 2020 CI 127 are not clear on processes to follow in the event of the death of a presidential candidate, Article 54 of the 1992 Constitution provides as follows, quote, where at the close of nominations but before the election, one of the candidates dies, a further period of the 10 days shall be allowed for nominations, end quote. The Commission has since informed the Ghana Freedom Party to make arrangements to nominate a new candidate and inform the Commission accordingly. In the meantime, the Commission has suspended the printing of presidential ballot papers, which was near completion. Thank you. Signed, Deputy Chairman of Operations, Samuel Kete. So, summary, GFP has 10 days, it's now 9, it was 10 days from yesterday, 9 days more to nominate a new candidate and inform the Commission accordingly. Mr. Suma, first of all, your thoughts about Madam Ekua Donkor and then the developments that have been occasioned by her passing.
Yeah, it's quite a sad and a very unfortunate incident. But before I speak about Madam Ekua Donkor and her unfortunate demise, I will once again want to use this medium to appeal to the good people of God and country, but they are residing in Boku Enclave, just to let them understand that we are supposed to be our brother's keepers. That is what the Holy Quran and the Holy Book says. We are supposed to be our brother's keepers. We can't afford to be killing each other to satisfy the interest of any political grouping or a traditional grouping. Let us appreciate that life has to be lived to the fullest. And I believe that these are some of the reasons why we are trying to support Honorable Alan Kyerematen to break the duopoly, where we can get an independent-minded president that will lead the nation and be able to put everybody on the table. If a government of national unity is formed today, and NPP, NDC, CPP, technocrats, academia, everybody is brought on the table, I believe that some of these things can be curtailed. So we kindly appeal to them to take note and be one another's keeper. Now, on the issue of Ikua Donkor, I met her when we were doing the balloting. She's quite an affable person, in as much as we all know her deficiencies in academia, but nevertheless, she never allowed such things to stop her. I like her self-confidence level, the ability to stand up for herself and say that I want to become an assembly member, which she did. Thereafter, had her own political party, and I love the name of the party, Ghana Freedom Party. Yeah, that's quite interesting, you know, because there's need for freedom. Even though we fought for freedom from the colonial masters, but I can bet my last penny that Ghana, we are still not free. We are in the shackles of economic bondage. We are in the shackles of several bondages that we need to break it. And if we can do so, it is only when we learn to take the bull by the horn, when we learn to be self-sufficient and self-dependent as a nation, that is the only day that we will stand on iron feet. But as it stands now, the country is completely standing on a clay feet. Any river, any slightest stream that passes by, it will sweep us completely under our feet. That is why when COVID came, you know, this present government keep touting, praising themselves over good fundamentals. The economy is doing well. We are growing at double digits. We are doing this. But the little thing came like COVID, and it swept us all off our feet. Now they go back to blame COVID, blame Ukraine, blame everybody. And I'm sure they are still looking for somebody to blame. But as of now, they are caught up and they have no one else to blame. So I will want to appeal to the Ghana Freedom Party people that they should take a good candidate, somebody who can replace Madam Ikua Donkor, somebody who can stand up for her ideals, somebody who can believe in what she stands for, and somebody who can be able to make a significant impact in Ghana's politics. They shouldn't just be a political party that will be an appendage of another. They should try to be on their own feet and try to do things that will endure a good image for them. Everybody wants a good political party that they can associate with. So if Ghana Freedom Party can market themselves very well, I'm sure many out there would like to associate themselves with them. So simply put, they should have our condolences. The nation is behind them, and we mourn with them, and we believe that the family is doing well. In as much as they are mourning, we believe that they'll take courage and they'll take heart that Ikua Donkor has lifted the name of the family into the public space. If she had not taken that decision, probably who may have known about them. But that bold decision she took has catapulted the family into another stage in life. So I think they should be grateful for the good work she has done, and they should make sure they protect her legacy. That's all I can say.
Thank you very much, Richard. I'll come to my good friend, Honorable Atabode, in a short while. Let's get on the lines and talk some law with private lawyer Anochi Frimpong. Good morning. Welcome to GTV Breakfast. I'm just wondering if the deadline elapses and the GFP do not provide a candidate for the election, what happens?
Hello, good morning.
Good morning. Can you hear me?
Yeah, I can hear you, Kafu.
Yes. Did you hear my question?
I can hear you loud. Yes, I can hear you loud and clear.
Yes.
Kafu, what has happened is something unforeseen. And to the extent that we have about 36 clear days before the election, day, I believe that no matter what, whatever the law has prescribed cannot go against this unforeseen circumstance. And therefore, in the interest of justice and fairness, not to Ikua Donkor's party alone, but to the people of Ghana, Because when we talk about politics, we are only referring to the struggle for and the attainment of political power with a view to winning the election to rule the people based on your manifesto and ideology. And so it can happen that this woman has deeply permeated the heart of Ghanaians. She has endeared herself to the hearts of Ghanaians, and for that matter, her party. So great injustice would occur to Ghanaians if they are not given the chance for a replacement. So that one, I know, is a done deal. If the party is listening to us, it is just a matter of acting calmly because the person is dead. We shouldn't wait for the usual Ghanaian way of doing things that after the funeral, we will do this. After the funeral, we will do that. Even today, they should have had a letter sent to the UC and also asking for about a week within which they could organize themselves and do a replacement. That is one side of the story. The second side of the story is that if they are not able to act timely, nobody will wait for them. And I know that the EC is very strict on its rules. Then at the end of it all, what will happen is that they will have to jettison all the already prepared ballot papers because we know they have started printing. They will have to discard everything. Or if it is not possible, you only have to crop off wherever number 3 is so that it will not deceive Ghanaians. Because if it turns out that Ghanaians so love the woman and decide to vote for her to become a president, Ghana will be a laughing stock on 7th December. So whatever that is possible will be done. And I believe UC would love it if they would take another state money to print new ballot papers. Their staff and all those involved, they would love that very much. And I'm sure they understand my language. But Kafui, I believe the most important aspect of the death of Madam Akua-Donkor is something that you know already. So when I finish, you will tell the people of Ghana the name of that professor from Central University or so, a very renowned psychologist in the country, who once said on your program that Ghanaians should begin to respect that aspect of our law, which says that to be a president of Ghana, you must not have any problem with infirmity of mind, infirmity of mind or body. And we do not have to wait for the person to become a president before we see that he is infirm, either in mind or in body. And you remember the man was suggesting that before anybody could be our president or vice president, they should subject them to rigorous physical and mental checks. And then people started laughing at this man. Now you can see how important and how prophetic it has become. Because if at the time of filing your nomination, it has become a prerequisite that you bring a certified check, and I mean medical check, physically and then mentally as part of the conditions, as I have said. I believe that this thing wouldn't have happened because I know that a medical doctor would have determined that the woman had a problem this way or that way. And it will not come out because during this period, everybody is moving everywhere. So this is the time that Ghanaians will have to sit up and then give our presidential and parliamentary aspirants maybe fortnightly check on their, at least after the mental one, once is okay. And then it will help us to be able to overcome certain people becoming MPs and presidents. But as for the physical one, every fortnight, because with the human body going about, campaigning everywhere, anything can happen to you. So I believe that things will be taken notice of. The first two are not really important. We all know that EC is going to give them a leeway to present another candidate. 37 or so days are so big enough to give them a leeway. Two, whether or not Akua-Donkor is there, they will have to spend money on the election. It is our money, everybody's money. So even though it is going to cost them some money, it doesn't matter. We have to take care of that if we live in a human institution. But the third one, that there must be a medical prerequisite before anybody could be accepted as a presidential candidate or as a parliamentary candidate. It's important.
Thank you so much, Mr. Yao. Noche Frimpong is a private lawyer, and those are his thoughts. He's suggesting that checks have to be done on candidates. Of course, nobody knows when they're going to die anyway, but it's a suggestion that he's made. I don't know what you think about it, Mr. Tabwade. The passing of Madam Ikea Donko, your thoughts on that, and what has been triggered by her deaths. I've heard speculations that they may be reballoting and changes in ballot positions and all kinds of things, but probably we have to wait for the 10 days to pass by to see what happens. Your thoughts?
Yes. Before I go there, you know, you quoted an issue, a writer by an author talking about the colonial antecedent to the issue. You see, Kafui, we should not run away from problems. How long can we continue to blame our colonial masters?
Well, a lot of our problems here are all colonial.
I'm coming because they've handed over to us.
Yes.
What did we do with that power and resources?
We politicized it.
And we used the power dangerously to the people of this country. This morning we are talking about this. Is that what the colonial government left for us? Today, as we speak, Galamsey has been exacerbated by a president who is a Ghanaian, a born Ghanaian, both father and mother. Is that how the colonial government left the country for us? They left forest reserves for us. We've gone to rip our forest reserves, turn them into concrete jungles. They turn around to blame. I think what the colonial government left for us, we should build on that, not to destroy and make the colonial masters mock at us. You remember the ambassador who told us, we should not be talking about Ghana without aid, but Ghana beyond corruption. It's a mockery.
Point well made.
You know, political parties are public institutions, and public institutions are established by law. And these laws have rules of succession. They have rules of engagement and so on. If a Kweadonko's political party is properly situated in the law that allow her to be established, getting a replacement should not be a problem. It should just go straight to that. But when these political parties come as, I like the word he used, come as appendages to other political parties, they do not have law. They are just there, and they become nuisance in court in the political dimension. Then that becomes an issue. I remember we had a political party called the Ghana Consolidated Party, the domestication. It brought a lot into the political. Yeah, they brought a lot into the political landscape and so on. We've seen a Kweadonko's antecedents and so on. You see, death is an unfortunate situation. It has come, but we have to prepare for it. Like the lawyer you engaged in talked about the health of our candidates and so on, which is good. But why did we stop talking about it when President Mills died? When President Mills' health issue became a whole political party manifesto in this country, they killed him. Mills died several times before his death. So here we are. And health issues, deaths and so on, and issues that you virtually have no control over them. They come when they have to come and so on. When they come, what is the issue? This was, they say, a Kweadonko who was asking for the autopsy report of President Mills. Today, I hope that Mills has called her to come and take his autopsy report and bring back to Ghana for us. We must say the things as they are. When people want to use the health of other presidential candidates and deaths to make an issue, look at how Mills's autopsy became political football. Do we request for the autopsy of a dead fellow when it had become personal, notwithstanding the father is a political figure? But it became an issue for which Kweadonko asked that Mills's medical autopsy should be given to her. We saw all those things. I sympathize with them, but the important thing is that it has always been in my mind as to what happens if on the election or before the elections, a presidential candidate died. I think it is now bringing out the constitutional issues, the legal issues for us to look at them, where we need to amend and so on. We do the amendment and so on. But I wish the Kweadonko's party well, and I hope that her death would be an issue that we should not play ball with, because sometimes we act as if we are even God's representative on earth here and we know everything. And for me, I am hoping that, like lawyer said, and like he also said, it should get a replacement or continue. But we are not going to accept an automatic adjustment. It is not because Ikuadonko dying was in the paper, they should simply say because they are going to adjust the numbers. It must be done in such a way that we are all satisfied with the processes. Maybe we have to do reballoting. What does the law say if you print all the balloting and the number of days left on it, can you do reballoting, notwithstanding the recourse to public expenditure? But we are not bothered because it's our taxpayers' money, like the lawyer said. I would go for it, but it must be done transparently. It should not be a system where we have a political party pushing because they are number one and that the rest should be adjusted to match the number. No, it should be done in a meritorious way.
So like a reballot.
Like a reballot, and if they want to, you can reballot. But for me, I think that at the end of the day, I'll be listening to what my party will say.
You still want your 8, don't you?
We still want our 8 because we've broken the 8. We've taken the 8. We are resetting this country. Resetting the whole gamut.
So if there's a
reballot,
then you have number 2.
Wow, we have not really fixated on the number. Okay. We fixated so much on the umbrella. That resonates well, and that has even been our campaign. You remember those days where we used to sing the song, is it Lema in Hausa? Yara mekuche, so Lema mekuche. The Lema means umbrella. We carved a song out of that. We've been campaigning with the I've been on the campaign field, and even as a former MP, we used to.
I want to hear your voice. You're singing well.
You know, I don't have to go to the media family to her party. If they have a succession plan, as public institutions do, they should follow it immediately and get someone. Maybe he had a running mate.
Well, the running mate has been quoted as saying that he is. He's ready to take up the mantle. I don't know how that is situated within the party's constitution, but he's willing and able. Mr. Suma, so I mean, you guys are Asieho, right?
Yes, that's why I like my
you want that? You like that number?
Yeah, for the easy purposes of identification, that is good for him. But like Honorable is saying, reballoting wouldn't be good because you see now most of the political parties have put in a lot of financial resources in projecting the number that they got in the first balloting. Therefore, it will be very catastrophic financial-wise to say you are doing a reballoting and changing the various positions again. I don't even think...
Are you politicians not guilty of... underestimating the intelligence of Ghanaians? Do you think Ghanaians look for numbers?
No, they don't. They know exactly who to vote for. Sincerely speaking, for instance, what I'm trying to say, I'm just looking at the cost. I'm doing the cost-benefit analysis as to how that is going to be a financial burden. Assuming we are doing a reballoting, all. For instance, we've done a lot of billboards, T-shirts, other paraphernalia.
Open your jacket. Let me see.
Oh, this one, there's no number.
So imagine if your number went from Asieho to number 1.
Number 1.
This is useless.
Yes, it is useless. You have to get it. So these are some of the implications, and every party will want to at least guide against that. The best option on the table is for them to find a replacement, or as lawyer is saying, if they don't find a replacement, there are various ways of killing a cat. Ajera Mosquito once said, no, one of the chairman once said that there are many ways of killing a cat. So, so in as much I would have loved to have her there and she's not there and they can't find a replacement, either we just find a way to at least seal it off or put anything there to make sure people know that, look, any votes you put there is a complete spoiled vote.
Okay.
So now, to just say something a little bit about the Electoral Commission. The Electoral Commission for themselves don't have that luxury of going to put her name there at all costs. It will be a complete disaster, like he said. It will be a complete mockery on the international stage to know that you have actually put a dead person's image there for people to cast their ballot for. You end up getting all Ghanaians voting for her and she wins the election. What happened? You have a dead presidential candidate who has won elections in Ghana. That would be a complete disaster. So in a nutshell, I think we should just go by common logic by bringing an alternative person to take over from her. then we are all good to go. But like what the lawyer said about death and all these things, I think the whole thing should be properly looked at constitutionally. Because you see, death occurs any time without telling you. Look, I was here when the Honorable Courage Kwasi Mehe, so rest in peace. He was at Independence Square. Then, I think that day, they had a public function. Then he spoke about how he used to exercise a lot, how he eats a lot of fruit, how he drinks a lot of water. He said all the good things that he was doing that was keeping him alive. Less than 2 weeks, Courage passed away. So the question is that in all the good things he has been doing to take good care of himself, death still laid his icy hands on him, regardless of all these steps he was taking. So simply put, I believe that we should look at the constitutional provision very well and know that when somebody dies, even if it's a day to election, this is the way forward.
All righty. You're listening to Mr. Richard Suma and Mr. Timothy Awontrim Atabwade, representing the Movement for Change and the National Democratic Congress, respectively. This is Headlines. My name is Kafui Day. Our WhatsApp number is 055-556-1034. I'll read a quick letter. This has to do with that unfortunate East Legon accident that happened 2 weeks ago, took away the lives of 2 young people. And it's interesting that, well, I probably will not read it because this is a medical report that is now in the public domain concerning the gentleman at the heart of that particular accident, telling us what happened to him after the accident, his injuries, and the fact that he was discharged on 28th October to be reviewed on OPD basis, but is not fit to be sent to the police station for interrogation. And this is signed by the doctor at the University of Ghana Medical Center. So these documents are coming out into the public domain, and you wonder who leaked it. But that's just a development there. Now that it's the public domain, I guess. It says a lot about confidentiality and other stuff. We won't project it for privacy concerns. But there's another letter I'll read from Reverend Dr. Lawrence Tete concerning the University of Ghana and comments that he made on the show after we've heard from Matiti Saida Sadiq.
Yes, Kaf. Thank you. Messages coming through on 055-556-1034. Join us and let us know what you're thinking about the Boko conflict, what's happening in the Supreme Court and with the parliamentarians and the Speaker, or also about Madam Ekua Donko, who sadly passed away. Some messages coming through this morning. Good morning to you. One of the key measures the government must adopt to protect and support entrepreneurs in Ghana is to create a conducive business environment. This includes reducing bureaucratic red tape, streamlining regulations, and providing access to finance. By simplifying the process of starting and operating a business, entrepreneurs can focus on growing their ventures rather than getting bogged down by administrative hurdles. Aaron Babako comments on this one this morning.
Is he watching our show, really?
I'm wondering where the entrepreneurship advice is coming
Limited
from.
to those who are watching our show.
Okay.
He's just spamming us.
Let me take this one. This one says, good morning, CAF and panelists. This Boko issue has been with us since time immemorial. Successive governments have since failed to find a lasting solution, so playing the blame game will not help. The issue needs to be tackled from the right perspectives. Period. Ni Akwe from North Kaneshi sent us that one. So I'm sure it was the wrong number. Good morning, please. The NDC man made mention of Supreme Court rulings. Can he provide us with the copy? You are rather playing politics, is what one viewer is saying this morning.
Yesterday.
Okay.
Who is a former majority leader and a minister of interior, lawyer, and from the area. They should always read.
That's your information there. The Honorable has answered. Kafi, good morning. Is the NDC man Ghanaian? He is a true Northerner. The Boko conflict is not older than the Fourth Republic. It's what somebody is saying. I'm trying to get
older than the Fourth Republic. Far older.
Yes.
Yeah.
Good morning. My name is
older.
Far older.
Please.
It's
Even
Rashid.
before independence.
People don't.
Please get your history right.
You need to get your history right, guys. Good morning. My name is Rashid from Ashaiman. Why can't government take absolute control and charge of Boko since the inhabitants don't want to find an amicable solution or come to peaceful terms with each other? Violence has no place in our democratic process. Thank you. Thank you for that. Good morning, CAF. Your panelists. The truth of the Boko issue is hiding behind political colors. That's why it's difficult to bring it to a standstill. Why should the state say that they are not interested in the arrest warrant of the chief who was brought to Boko, even within curfew hours with heavy security accompanied? The question is, where did he get the security? Moreover, the insecurity is not only in Boko, it has escalated to various and even far communities such as Wale Wale, Bimsi, and the like. Why are those areas not having curfew? But it's our prayer that peace will prevail in Boko. Joel from Volta sent us that one.
We'll take one more.
Talking about colonialism, Ghana was once ruled by the white man. The question begging for an answer now is, can the white man come back to rule Ghana again? Why should everyone think that the Mamprisi can come back again after more than 40 years to rule a land where they were visitors? Please, we should get the truth and stuff.
Alrighty.
Yeah. So these are the messages on the Boko. Very sensitive and messages there. The emotions are still high.
Emotions are high.
Yeah.
Thank you so much, Maltiti. Get the history so that we know what it's all about and the whole trajectory
I think
of the issues.
Bokunaba made a press conference on the air, so I'm not going to repeat it.
Indeed.
But that is why we avoided the inflammatory aspect of it without not even going to the historical antecedent.
Indeed.
So people should know that we know, but it's not time for us to display those knowledge here.
At all. I'll give you just wrap your comments a minute each. But first of all, let me read this. This is okay. Just wrap up a minute, and then I'll read this apology and retraction. So, Mr. Suma, you have a minute just to tell us why a movement for change should be the choice of Ghanaians.
Sincerely speaking, I would like to take this fine opportunity to appeal to the people of God and country that Ghana, we are actually at a crossroad. We have tasted and tested all these two political structures that have been existing for the past 32 years. And Ghana, I can say we are only making a marking time. We are running in circles, and we are quick to pat ourselves on the shoulder and tell the whole world that we are the best, whereby we cannot mention any one specific subsector of this economy that we are self-sufficient and self-dependent in. I sincerely believe that putting all the people on the ballot paper in this 2024 election, Alan Kojo should maintain as an independent candidate or an independent presidential hopeful, stand a chance of uniting the country, stand a chance of bringing everybody on the table. The winner takes all approach is what is killing us as a country. We have tested all the structures of politics before, from the military dictatorship to CPP to PNP to NPP and NDC. None of them have changed the situation, but we are appealing that Alan Chermante should be given opportunity to lead the nation, and then we will see a great transformation.
Thank you, Mr. Suba. Mr. Tabade, your minute starts now.
We are barely 38 days to the elections, and I want to use the opportunity to talk to the people of this country that the change that we are looking for is not just a change, it's to reset Ghana. It's to reset Ghana economically, socially, and ensure that there's prosperity, there are jobs and accountability in our government process. As we talk today, we have stated in our manifesto that from next year, every level 100 students at any of the public universities is going to have a free tertiary education for the first years. We have talked about the Women Development Bank. We have talked about the creation of jobs through IT technology, the coding, and so on. We have talked about fighting corruption and ensuring that Galamsey that has destroyed this country is completely brought to a halt. We have also told the people of this country that 24-hour economy is going to be a game changer. And it's also going to not just be a game changer, it's going to ensure that we produce enough, and what we are not able to consume, we export that and more revenue for this country so that we can move forward.
Thank you so much. Honorable Timothy Wintrim Atabwade, former MP for Bulsa North, representing the NDC, Mr. Richard Suma from the Movement for Change, and we'll end with a letter from the Office of Reverend Canon Dr. Lawrence Tete, FRSA, President of the Worldwide Miracle Outreach and Chaplain of the Ghana Christian Council of UK and Republic of Ireland, dated 29th October, to the University of Ghana, Legon, titled Apology and Retraction. I wish to formally address the issues that have risen from comments I made on the GTV Breakfast Show on Thursday, the 24th October 2024. The statements made during the program were not in any sensitive issues they are faced with. That notwithstanding, I do not share any of this information privately or publicly because I hold in high esteem the confidence these people have in me to share such information. It's rather unfortunate that in referring to the youth with such problems, I linked or associated it with students of the University of Ghana, thereby giving the university community cause for worry. I deeply regret the statement made concerning the health status of the students of the University of Ghana and wish to apologize and unconditionally retract the statements. God bless you richly. Signed, Reverend Dr. Lawrence Tete, copied to GTV, where we are, and all media houses, wherever they may be. So thank you so much. That brings us to the end of our conversation on the headlines with my guests. And since they are giving you English names like Timothy and Richard, I also give you my own. My own is on the Ghana card. It's Robert. Yeah, so Robert reporting for duty. We've got a conversation on exposing the effects of transatlantic slave trade. I stood with Al-Hajj Sharif Al-Shafi for a very, very, very remarkable conversation. And then we also have Keche Alogutu going. They're going to be here soon. And there's a school that is celebrating 85 years of existence. What an old school. With some young people here to talk about their achievements. You stick around. This is GTV Breakfast. And it has our birthday. Yes, I'm doing traffic because my people are going to cross J. Jay, take it away.
You need to be here to see behind the scenes because what just happened was, thank you, Kafui. So the school celebrating birthdays and all is linked in with this birthday dedication. So if you're celebrating your birthday today, happy birthday to you. Time now for some birthday dedications. I have a few of them here with me. This one says 60th birthday request going to Grace Ashami Tego. And it says, it's a lovely day that God our Creator has made. We will rejoice and be glad in it. Grace Ashami Tego, you clock 60 years today. We, your siblings, Dede, Josephine, Mimi, Vicky, Mary, and Niyama, wish you a sweet, lovely retirement after serving Mother Ghana at the Ghana Broadcasting Corporation, GBC, and the Judicial Service of Ghana. Congratulations on your 60th birthday, our dear sister, Grace Ashami Tego. And Grace, happy birthday to you once again. It's your birthday today, so wishing you all God's blessings. And hey, thank you for serving Mother Ghana. Another celebrity who is also celebrating her birthday today is Eno Baroni. On her X page, she says, another year of growth, strength, and unapologetic self-love. Blessed to see another year and grateful for all the love and support that surrounds me. Cheers to more wins, big dreams, and breaking barriers. Hashtag no manra, hashtag boozing, hashtag birthday blessings, hashtag Eno Baroni. Happy birthday to you. And to everyone else celebrating their birthday today, happy birthday to you. Hey, 29th October, 30th October. Wow, what a beautiful day. So this song coming up is a dedication to everyone celebrating their birthdays today.
Oh! Sorry, continue.
Hey, who gave you a post? Nice shoe, looky. Who this guy not like him? They be like him, oh, not say, where the all good to be green. Where the all good to be green. Oh, who fresh brand one pity. Oh, do club once you started. This boy, they fresh. If I catch a man, oh, not say, where the all good to be green.
When we na, they are all the same.
Oh, me I fear about to angasa my margin cement.
Menkasada. I don't to aba.
Omunyina ya trofo.
Utete parties ni na. Do this is your papa and also Dinechi. Papa we.
Medindi Kofi Apa. I'm the leader and founder of the Liberal Party, LPG.
Ono didn't say papa. I be brought this generation, the next generation. Now let me tell you the vision of this man.
Na me adom number be president. Akola bi wo Ghana bia said the imam ma ewa bochire. Sa na be yamom. Akola bi obi neka. Bosum bia 500 Ghana cedis.
See wakra and there. Couple 80 years obi neka 500 Ghana cedis.
Hey.
This o maye na ya. Bosum bia na just obi na 2000 Ghana cedis. Sa so na me be president. Omo a omo nya eduma. If you do watch eko nkokora na mrewa so obi tue omo ka 700 cedis.
We build from 18 years I want you to man obi tue neka 700 Ghana cedis. Hey, let you tell me some kra na say
university so be free.
We are because school free. Me, I vote for number 5.
Madam, I feel 2024 election week. Meto abane dia ma LPG. Mami posters ni bi. Na me moam nyenye campaign.
O hwe krata na de to abana be number 5. Me na meto so bi. Ma share so de no e so ma. To abana mami na to mami a me de ose e yo.
Once upon a time, in
the heart of Accra, a man in his fancy car sought directions. But oh, the Ghanaian way.
Hello, bro. Good afternoon. Good afternoon. Can you please show me where the Presby Church is?
Oh, sure. Go straight. 10 left at the big mango tree with the broken branches with most of the mangoes falling. Right after that tree, there is a watches cellar. If you reach, ask there. Anybody will show you.
When the Black Stars stick to the field, every Ghanaian becomes a coach. Why Fatika want to be dribble? The coach must go. The sacred cue for our beloved Gobe. As we wait patiently, rehearsing the perfect bite.
Mami Gobe the Kokono.
And as we share these stories, let us also remember a plate of lele rice, connecting our hearts through the flavors of our culture. Lele rice, yenimno free tete. This advert is FDA approved.
Charlie, at the fear for this year's election, I hear say ECF print extra ballot papers for back.
You and your filler, where did you hear all these things from?
How does the EC print these ballot papers? Process na friction there.
My friends, what brings you here this time?
Today too, we get some questions about the election, so your man come again with another hearsay.
No problem at all. Let's sit outside.
I wonder how them they print the ballot papers. I hear say EC they fit print some ballot papers secretly.
Let me break it down for you. Ghana is one of the few countries where the Electoral Commission prints ballot papers within the country.
For real? So how do you ensure it is fair and transparent?
Political party representatives, the police service, and the National Intelligence Bureau all observe the printing and packing of the ballot papers.
Now ballot papers swear. How can we be sure they are genuine?
Ballot paper BR a serial number. Any ballot paper without these official serial numbers are fake. Party agents record serial numbers for each region, district, constituency, and polling station.
It is How do we know?
In fact, there is 24-hour observation. From printing to armory to polling station, everything is closely monitored. At each station, we account for every ballot. I mean, total ballots, issued ballots, unused ballots, and even spoiled ballots. There is no room. Extra one diabetes baby.
This one be serious work.
But that is how we ensure that the election is as transparent as pure water.
Now we know the truth.
Therefore, when the ballot papers are packaged, every political party has their seal on it. Look, the process is monitored all the way. It is Frenchim. Everybody make I read. Nobody they sleep at all. From Kinkins to Kankines, 24/7. The EC they work. 2024 elections. No libilibi, no labalaba. It be Frenchim. It be clean. No kululu. Kiss everywhere. 8K. Hey, wait.
You go put it on his tab. This is my man. Good luck.
Okay, ready. We are star 712. It's much more phone. I'm on dialing the magic numbers. Star 712. Now welcome to the luckiest. And now with me at home ticket. You can buy for yourself or your loved one.
Mommy, tell mommy who's here.
You're buying for me, right?
Or who else?
Aww.
Let me choose buy tickets for adults.
Love you, boo boo.
No, maybe straight to option 4. You need to buy tickets worth 50 Ghana to qualify. Yes, you can buy random or preferred ticket. I'm choosing random ticket. Listen, if you buy the random ticket, the system chooses a random number for you. But if you buy the preferred, you get to input your own preferred 5 digits. 5. Now follow the prompt and confirm. Now the luckiest.
The luckiest is regulated by the NLA on the Caritas platform, not for persons below 18 years. TNCs apply.
My life wasn't always like this. I worked in a bank and had money in bonds to cushion me for the future. Then, with a stroke of a pen, my life was destroyed. My bank was part of the 420 financial institutions which the MPP government recklessly collapsed. What was to become the life of the workers? No one in this insensitive government cared. And suddenly, I was jobless. Their incessant borrowing also led to a debt restructuring program that affected me, and just like that, a significant portion of my lifetime investment vanished. Even worse, my lifetime savings from 30 years of hard work has been rendered useless due to the continuous depreciation of the cedi and extremely high cost of living in the country. Now, look at me. The fruits of my toil and sweat have all gone down the drain because of bad leadership. What to eat with my children is even a struggle. God, help me and the many who share in my pain. Let the wickedness of the wicked come to an end. Change must come.
Vote for change. Vote for John Mahama and the NDC.
And Stop Galamsey now is our continuous hashtag. Welcome back to the show. From the headlines and from the birthday messages, let's now have a conversation on anniversaries, and the school is marking a milestone as usual. Agri is at 85 and they're launching their homecoming and they're launching the anniversary. There's going to be lots of activities for that. If you're an old student, a current student, go to GTV Ghana on Facebook. We're streaming live there. Share the feed, share the link with, colleague old students and your friends and family so that they can watch and get to know the activity so that you can be part of it. I am Altiti Saida Sadiq, and to do the honors today for the school are Dr. Ochre Ankra from my far left. He's a lecturer, University of Ghana Business School, and he's AMOSA Global President. Dr. Ankra, good morning. Welcome to the show.
Thank you.
Good to have you. Mrs. Joyce Osei Ampao is AMOSA Female Executive, and she's a former girls prefect, GP. Welcome. Good morning.
Thank you. Good morning.
Good to have you. Let me begin with you, GP. Tell us about the homecoming. How is it going to be like, and what even the school stands for?
Yeah. Thank you very much. Homecoming is a yearly annual program that we normally have. And this year, Agri is going to have a special program that has never happened before, launching our 85th anniversary in Cape Coast, and then unveiling our 85th logo. And this year's anniversary homecoming is a special event that bringing all on board. We are calling on every AMOSA to come on board to make this event a great event. Activities, we have activities from 1st November to the 3rd November.
1st November to
the 3rd November.
Right.
It's full of its activities.
When is so the homecoming is the 1st to 3rd, or it's just one day for the homecoming and then the other activities?
No, the homecoming itself is 1st to 3rd November, and every activity is inclusive.
Right.
Yeah.
Dr. Ankra, what has been the school's mission and vision that you believe has shaped you people into where you have gotten to in leadership and career?
Agri is a place for nurturing. Indeed, one of your former directors, Mr. Ampabi, is an AMOSA.
Oh, okay.
And countless number, if I attempt, I may commit an error, but just a few in the media space including Dr. Afemoni, the former GJA president. Agri has trained quite a number of people in all fields of life. And I say to people, without Agri, we wouldn't have been where we are. It's helped to actually shape the discourse of this country in terms of developmental agenda and all that. And this school, at a point in time, was the most populous. Several number of students, but we are faced with challenges. Quite unfortunately, the powers that be, those who do the postings, as they have released the BEC results, a number of people will want to come to Agri. And statistics show, much as we can admit, say 1,000 to sometimes over 16,000 people apply to want to come to Agri. It's a mixed school. Unfortunately, the structures that we have do not commensurate the numbers that are brought to the school. And this is a very huge challenge. Look, we have had to see abandoned projects all over the country. It's not news. But how on earth could there be one dormitory under construction for 26 years? I didn't say weeks, not months, 26 solid years. One structure is under construction. And this same structure, we have students being kept. Students are staying in the lower part of the block, a story, and the top floors remains uncompleted, under the mercy of the weather. So part of this same structure is deteriorating at a faster rate. We've appealed times without number, and nobody is coming to our aid. It's quite a daunting task. And if indeed people want to bring their wards to the school, people want their relatives to be there, why can't we say that we will give them what they need? There are schools that I know, without mentioning names, who have dormitories that they do not use.
Are these pictures of some of the dormitories?
Yes. This is the one they call New House. It remains New House. It's not been named because it's not complete. They can't give a name when the structure is not complete. And occasionally they call on us. Our building is in a bad state. We have to, as all students, go and do one or two. Quick fixes do not solve permanent problems. So we want to see, you see, we have two sides of the school, with a major road, the Takoradi Road, in the middle. The girls at one side, then the main administration, the boys also at the other side. In the evening, the girls have had to walk to the boys' side, where the classrooms are, to study. If we had a large learning room or center at the girls' side, they could be learning there. And encroachment of on our lands is quite a difficulty we are facing. Government, and for that matter, GS, must come in here, because for security purposes of especially the girls, people are building right behind the dormitory, school lands. People have tried to register lands, and then they are told this is Agri land, you cannot register. So they know, yet they go and construct. Who is coming to the aid of the school? It's a problem. And if we don't make an effort to secure the lands, in future we may not be able to expand. You have teachers all over, and they do not have a place of accommodation. And with time, once they get a place to get accommodation, what do? They move on. So we are losing experienced hands. And the historical trajectory has been that the very good ones who help us end up leaving, and in the end it affects performance.
So that clarion call to government and stakeholders to step in with all these number of issues that you have mentioned.
They are more than that, actually.
More than that.
If you see the state of our sick bay, do you not agree with me? A student with a population nearing 5,000 require or need a clinic, not just a sick bay, of a small size room. If we had a clinic, that would serve the whole community, because Agri is almost like a constituency somewhere, isn't it? So why can't we have a clinic?
Right. Thank you, Dr. Ankra. Madam, Mrs. Joyce, what has the alumni been doing to step in to help the situation and even ensure that Agri is still the Agri 85 years on?
Yeah, I think the alumni is really doing a lot for the school, just that it is not because the strength of the old students is not as strong as the problems we have in the school.
Okay.
Because time and time, year groups come in, set in to do certain programs for the school, but still it's not enough. I think the old students, we are still calling on them to be up for agri. Because the number of students there, this morning we even had a call that we should raise the issue of the private, the toilet and other things in the school. The students are more than, so they are more than the facility. So if you try to do something small, it really affects, it doesn't last. And then we are looking at it, going back home. I think this is the time for us to connect with everyone. Right. So that's why we are calling on all students and stakeholders to come together for us to do something for the school. Right. We need them on board.
And since you have... Okay.
Sorry. It's been the old students who technically do everything. The speech days are sponsored by the old students.
Yeah.
Quite a number of projects, basketball court. We have even started construction of a new teachers' flat. And almost everything being done, solar panels installed, everything, renovation of dining hall. Technically, everything is done by the old students.
Without the prominent people you have in the old students, hopefully when you do meet and then you talk about this, you'll find a way to be able to make your voice heard to stakeholders. So
I wish that people will not just stay home and say, I'm an old student.
They would come
We
to
want
the
to
anniversary.
make an impact on the school. It is a school that made us who we are. So we are calling on all old students and parents likewise to come. Let us contribute our widow's mite. We are going to be 85 years. And that is why we are launching the anniversary on the 2nd as part of the homecoming. So on Saturday, we will launch the 85th anniversary. And if we do not do it, nobody will do it for us.
Okay. Madam Joyce, aside from the homecoming and the launch on the 2nd of November, are there any other activities that the old students and current students will be taking part in?
Yeah, that's what we have a program lineup.
Okay.
Then Friday, we are going to have our registration from 2 o'clock. And then 4 o'clock, we are going to meet with the administration. I think it's a big privilege for us to meet as an old student, meet our new headmistress for the first time.
Okay.
And then so we are going to deepen the relationship between the old students and the staff and our new headmistress.
Right. Who are we expecting? Are we expecting any, dignitaries?
Yeah, for the luncheon we do.
Okay.
Yeah, for the luncheon.
Do we have a few names? Dr. Ankra, who are we expecting?
The Chief Director at the Ministry of Roads and Highways, she's coming as a guest of honor. And just last 2 weeks, we had one of ours, a female, graduating with a PhD in mechanical engineering. She is also a lecturer at Takoradi Technical University. She's on board. And we have what we call the Amosa Connect. There's a program on Saturday where we are lining up prominent people who have actually made it in life, as we can put it in simple terms, to come and have interaction. 12 different groupings will be made. So we are going to interact with the students, serving as role models, guiding them with their career path and all that. So for me, the entire program, that is what I am keen to doing, that will be able to serve as mentors, to influence them and to guide them as to how life should be, especially after school. Right. So they do not think that is the end of it.
Okay. I think on Saturday morning, we are going to have a special inspection, which is very, very important.
Okay.
And then
special inspection in the facilities.
Yes. The old students will go around with the staff.
Okay.
So as to identify certain problems and work towards it. And then Saturday evening, we have a hangout. After we inspire the kids in school, I think we have had enough from school and we are going to give back to them. So we are calling on everyone to come on board. So
the hangout and inspection, there's a lot of activities. So it starts from the 2nd of November, that's on Wednesday. 1st of November, that's on Tuesday.
Friday.
Okay, so through to the weekend.
Yes.
Okay, so Saturday has the Amosa Connect. during the day.
The AMOSA Inspires.
The AMOSA Inspires, a special inspection. And then the launch and the homecoming is all happening from Friday.
And then in the evening.
No, the luncheon is on Saturday.
On Saturday as well. Okay,
Saturday
so
at
Friday.
10 a.m.
10 a.m.
Saturday, when the kids have gone to sleep, that's when we will meet
have our hangout
to reconnect and socialize.
Okay. So
and
there's
Sunday we shall have Thanksgiving.
Okay. So if you miss Friday, you can't miss Saturday and Sunday. Saturday, lots of activities from the launch and the inspection and the AMOSA Connect and the hangout to Sunday Thanksgiving. You'd want to go to Agri Memorial. They are 85 years. Now we're going to have the anthem from Agri Memorial. I'm wondering if the OGs, which year group?
I'm 91, 93.
93. And Dr. Ankra?
98.
98. So we are going to have Beatrice join us. Beatrice is one of us here. And while she's joining us just now, Madam Joyce, what's a word of advice you give to the current students on campus?
Oh, I just want to encourage them to study very hard.
Okay.
Because if you look at the number and the facility, it's very difficult to make it. But I still keep advising them that it is possible.
Okay. It's a tough environment, but it is possible to triumph. Beatrice is here. Beatrice, I hear you are the choir leader today for AMOSA, and so you are leading with the anthem of the school. Oh yeah. Should we get you the choir master? No. Let's go, Beatrice.
I'm amazing, we can rise and wobble to the skies, and notes of praise of men whose raises us today, and to all the world proclaim our Mother Zion's name, and let the peace of heaven increase on us always. Serve we must, so to fulfill our trust, our time to live and strive to live our country free. The word of God to sow on every soul, that every sense the heavens only may ravi. I'm amazing, we can rise and wobble to the skies, and notes of praise of men whose raises us today. Sempre optimoni terre, our motorists, kindly notice brings. As he said, he says, ever forward to press to make a name, undying fame that will inspire Africans to progress. Sempre optimoni terre, our motorists, kindly notice brings. As he said, he says, ever forward to press to make a name, undying fame that would inspire Africans to progress.
I'm saying that Beatrice is just so lucky, because when the OGs can sing it, you have to go for the Thanksgiving on Sunday. If not, your former headmistress will laugh.
I'll be there.
Congratulations on the 85 years, and I'm sure you're proud of Beatrice, that she's a product. She's here with us, she works with us, and she's awesome. I've been speaking to Dr. Ochre Ankra, lecturer, University of Ghana Business School, AMOSA Global President, Mrs. Joyce Osei Apau, AMOSA Female Executive, former GP, and Agri Memorial all Rosely there Friday and Saturday. Go enjoy the 85 years luncheon.
Wow,
What's it? We're back with more.
Ships, minutes after they took I from the bottomless pit, but my hand was made strong by the hand of the Almighty. we forward in this generation triumphantly. Won't you help to sing these songs of freedom? 'Cause all I ever have, redemption songs, redemption songs. Emancipate yourselves from mental slavery. None but ourselves can free our minds. Have no fear for atomic.
Has slavery really ended? My guest believes it still is with us. He likes to call himself the last man shaming of America with 3 Ks. And his name is Brother Sharif Ali Sheffy. Good morning.
Good morning, my brother.
Welcome to Ghana.
Yes, sir.
Why are you dressed like this?
Well, it came to me as a vision, and around the time they was building the museum in Washington, D.C., African American Museum, and it just said that it wasn't going to be right, and it wasn't. It did not identify the injury of our people, the atrocities, the harm that happened to our people. And so when I visited the museum, I visited the first time I visited, I was outside when they opened it. And the second time I went there with my sons, and I tried to get in the museum. At first they denied me. And I said, why would you deny me? And this was from, I kept having these weird dreams. And this what happened. And so I just did what was in the dream, and this is what came out. I didn't know where it was going. I didn't know why, but this is what happened.
Where did you get the chains?
These was given to me by a white man. He died, and his name is Mr. Brown. I promised never to give his name while he was living. And so he gave me a punishment collar. The punishment collar weighs about 50 pounds.
You put it around the neck?
It's big. It had prongs on it, and it keeps you from running. When you run, you go through the woods, and it would hang onto trees, branches, and it would stop you. And the dogs and the people would be able to catch you.
It's a collar, but it has arms pointing out, preventing you.
About 4 feet long.
Where did Mr. Brown get those chains from?
Well, Mr. Brown, he worked in metal.
Okay.
And he said he didn't want anybody to know that he would help participate in reenacting any kind of memorabilia from slavery, because it would hurt his business.
How heavy is this stuff?
All this right here together is about 55 pounds.
It's really heavy.
Yeah.
And our people were basically chained like this.
Yes, it was changed all over the world, actually. Anywhere that slavery went, that's how it was chained. Some earned some privileges, but the mass majority of the slaves was punished with chains, whips, dogs, sexual misconduct, things like that, even murder. So when I started doing this, it just came like small pieces at a time, and so I just kept chipping away at it, and then I got this.
What's the reaction to you dressed like this? Because I must imagine that how does it work? You dress up like this and you stand where?
Well, I go into open places to bring awareness to the people of all races, let them know, like, this should never ever happen again. It won't happen again if we all become unified, like ancestor Dr. Nkrumah. If we do what he say, we will be a better people around the world, because we don't have to lift any weapons. We just got to use our smart. And that would be denying our ancestor enemy access to the things that they are taking away from us now.
What's the reaction when you go through immigration or customs in the airport and they see this in your bag? What do they say?
Well, the TSA in America normally puts a card in my bag, let me know that, because my bag is heavy. They want to put a card in the bag, and you know, I was denied the right to come here the last time. I was trying to come here in 2019. My brother Ben invited me here, and they wouldn't allow me to get on a plane. They still have not refunded my ticket, and so I was really wanting to come here. I wanted to meet the president. I wanted to meet the king. I wanted to meet the people, and they denied me that fact.
But you're here today.
I'm here, and you know, and I only can think this is a miracle.
What does slavery mean to you, and what does Ghana mean to you?
Well, slavery means a lot to me. My grandmother, great-grandmother, her mother lived to be 117 years old in America, and I ate a slave person's food.
What was it like?
She only cooked 2 meats. She ate pigeon and she ate rabbit. And she was 117 years old when she died.
Did she tell you of her memories of where she came from, things like that?
She told me all about the injuries of our people. The great-grandmother that raised me, white man called her over to the car. She was walking with her husband, and come here, woman, what you doing walking with that nigger? And when he realized that she wasn't white, she was mulatto, he flicked a cigarette into her breast, and it burnt about right here. And my youngest son, Ishmael, we call him Izzy, he has a mark right here. And so it makes me emotional because, you know, I'm sort of big. I want to be physical sometimes. And
did you fight a lot when you were younger?
No, actually I was bullied when I was younger. I got locked up when I was 8 years old in America for defending myself.
In the prison?
Yes, sir.
At 8?
At 8.
For how long?
I stayed there for 2 years.
In prison?
In prison.
What was that like?
It was other kids that were like my age in North Carolina, Asheville, North Carolina. And I just didn't think that it was, I didn't think it was right then, and it's not right now for child labor, for children to be punished in a harsh manner. And I was one of those children. We talked about it in the United Nations. You know, I'm a member of the Permanent Forum of African Descent.
Mm-hmm.
And we go around the world talking about human atrocities and human rights. And so I was in Switzerland a couple months ago.
Okay. 2 years from 8 to 10 in prison.
Yes, sir.
What gave you hope that you would come out?
Well, I was a kid. I didn't think about hope. I was a kid. I miss my family. I miss my family a lot, and I think it shaped it kept me from learning. I didn't want to learn. I didn't want to know nothing about England. I didn't want to know nothing about, as a kid, when they say, you got to learn your English. As a kid, I thought that was England.
You didn't want nothing to do with England?
I didn't want nothing to do with England. I didn't want nothing to do with education.
So what changed?
Well, what changed was, for a long time, I was illiterate. My mother and father migrated in the Great Migration, almost bankrupted the South for the second time. And that migration was to, because they wanted to be paid for their labor. And they was cheating them out of their labor because it was Jim Crow.
So slavery hadn't ended?
Slavery hadn't ended.
It was still free labor?
Actually, if you really look at it, slavery didn't end. I was born in slavery in 1960. And so technically, slavery didn't end until 1964 because of Jim Crow.
Which is just 60 years ago from now.
Yeah. And so when you're dealing with the Civil War, with Lincoln never freed nobody for real. They make Lincoln out to be a hero. He's not. He gave, one of his famous speeches was, if I can win this war without freeing a slave, I wouldn't. And if I can win this war with freeing some, I would. And he said, if I had the option to give the power to one group or another, I'm always going to give it to the white group. So the white will always be in power. And he said he will at least give that power for 150 years. So you can imagine, technically, when he said that, that was in 1863, I think. 1863, if I'm not mistaken.
161 years ago.
Yeah. So it happened, it continued. His dream continued 100 plus years after that, because I was born in 1960.
So I'm just curious about how the people what's it like to be a black person in America now, and what black people in America think of black people in Africa.
Well, sad to say, a lot of black people still sleep. The journey of trying to get here a year ago, everybody told me not to come.
What did they tell you about Africa or Ghana?
They were telling me, you're going to get diseases, you're going to, they now have no modern facilities, the food is not, they eat people.
Black people think that we eat people here in Ghana, in Africa.
They even teased other Africans sometimes with sounds that is...
like monkey sounds?
Stuff like that. I worked, my job, which I have 33 years in, working in the Department of Mental Health. I saw a lot of different, I also saw a little bit something from Africa too. I saw like the prejudice where the missionaries had told the Africans that we were the most violent thing on the planet. So when you get here, you don't socialize with them.
Yeah.
And
so a lot of brainwashing.
Yeah, on both sides.
And on this side too, there's a lot of, okay, America is the land of milk and honey.
No.
You're going to make a lot of money if you live here. People want to go to America and live out their dreams.
They work.
So that's what's happening here.
Oh, you can make the money. You can definitely make the money, but you're going to work yourself to death, and the money is there, but the cost. You know, the cost is, and the brothers I can see in the young children's eyes when I was in the Sahel. I can see the encouragement. You know, they're aggressive, not aggressive in a mean way, but they will work. I know that if those children had the opportunities that the children in America have, they probably would rule the world in no time, because
they're prepared to work.
They're prepared. They're prepared for hardships, and my son is privileged, and we're here to play basketball here in Ghana. We have an African festival starting tomorrow.
Okay.
And we're bringing NBA basketball to Ghana.
Sounds like to be interesting.
Yeah.
Just to give a picture of what you do when you do the reenactments, we're going to show some photos up there, and then you can just talk me through some of the photos that we're going to show. So this is on this picture.
Yes, sir.
Yes. So this is where?
That is at that right there is in. That was a shipping dock.
Okay.
In Annapolis.
Okay. So the punishment collar you were talking about, that's it?
That's it.
So they basically put this around your neck, and then you have the spokes coming out.
Yeah.
And you really can't run through a forest with this.
That shipping dock brought many slaves from this country.
Yes.
I don't know if y'all heard of Kunta Kinte.
Yes.
He came from Gambia.
Yes. Roots.
So he came in on that dock right there. And so they do a festival.
Which town is this?
That's Annapolis, Maryland.
Annapolis, okay.
And we do a honor to him every September.
Okay, so this is Nat Turner's insurrection.
Yeah.
So Nat Turner was trying to be free, and he got found out and killed, basically.
Yeah, they mutilated him actually Nat got one of his compadres, one of his friends, went and told the master what was happening. And they caught him. If this guy wouldn't have turned on him, that's what I mean by mental slavery. We still there. We still have brothers right here in modern day 2024 that would do something to brothers right here to say, hey, and give the information to the white man to injure us.
Betray them, basically.
Yeah.
So you went to that side. Yeah.
And so the Nat Turner was a great guy. This is my friend here. He going through a major court case right now. This is the United States Supreme Court. He won the lottery for $340 million.
340 plus 6 zeros.
Yeah.
Did he get the money?
No.
Why not?
They told him that he was not the winner. They told him to throw the ticket in the trash.
What?
Yeah, his name is John Cheeks.
So he's trying to get his money.
And we also wrote the Recovery Act for reparations for the DMV, which is, the District of Columbia, Maryland, and Virginia. And we wrote and tried to get it on the ballot. And of course, like I said, our people denied us the right to fight legally on the ballot for reparations.
What keeps you going? Because this is heavy stuff. I mean, it's not just physically heavy, but it must be emotionally heavy.
Yeah, sometimes, most of the time I can't talk to people about it.
Yeah. I mean, you went to Cape Coast.
Yeah.
What was that like, going through the dungeons, slave dungeons?
Well, I didn't want to go through the traditional way, come in and go through the dungeon and door of no return. I came through the back door and to say I'm bringing my ancestors back home. And that's me.
So this is the back door?
Yeah.
Okay.
And as you can see, the shirt that I have on I'll wear it, even though I have to be careful when I wear it, because if I'm going to a restaurant, and the restaurant owned by white people, I don't know what they're going to do to my food. So my food and everything is I'm very particular. So I have to be very cautious about, it says, do not trust my ancestor enemy.
What went through your heart or your mind, your body, your soul, when you went through Cape Coast?
It was painful because of my grandma. You know, my grandma, she went to a lot of stuff. And she got, excuse me, she got me to this point. She never told me that I couldn't. I even had relatives to tell me that I couldn't. But she always told me that I could. So, if any little children see this video, you can. And I love you, and this is why I'm here.
I'm sure she's smiling.
Alhamdulillah.
Because you made it back home.
Yes.
It's all right.
Okay.
Yes. Everything is going to be all right.
Mm-hmm.
What's your message for the people?
Well,
you got the snap. You're home.
Yes, sir. Yes, sir. Yes, sir. The message for the people is that the place that I stay, and those of you who have been to large cities in the United States, sometimes you're coming over a horizon and you'll see all the lights. And my hotel is on the ocean. I can see the ocean. And when we first got there, we didn't know what the lights was. And I said, wow, that's a nice city. And so we start seeing those lights disappear as we sit out on the balcony. And I said, oh, I got it. And then I asked them, not native, please forgive me, not native. I asked some of the locals, well, what was going on? And they told me that it was shipping. And they went, it looked like a city at night, leaving Ghana. And I'm quite sure that the materials, the human materials that left Ghana and the other parts of Africa was not reciprocated, because we know that because of slavery. And I believe, based on what my vision have seen and what I have felt in the people, I love the people. I love the Ghanaian people. I'm home. But what I see is that I believe that the government can do more for our people, for my people here in Ghana. We cannot betray our people, continue to betray our people for white folks' garbage. You know, I believe if all of us in this room stand together and on one accord and not allow anyone to break our concentration, we could rule anything that we want to rule.
Amen. And how long are you in town? And when you're done, what message are you taking back to the U.S.?
What I'm taking back to the U.S. is that, by me working in the United Nations, I believe that not only all the wealth that Africa has, why don't Africa has a veto vote? I believe that Africa should at least have 6 veto votes. And I believe that the diaspora should have, because we have South America, we have the United States, and we have the Caribbean, and we have Europe. They have 5 vetoes in the United Nations, which would be, I can't remember those jokers, United Snakes of America, France, who's stealing money, $500 billion from the African diaspora, and those white Europeans are sitting there knowing that they're committing atrocities by taking that money from the people of the Sahel. And they try to get the ECOWAS to cause a war. And I was saying in the States, was like, if they start that war, the Europeans would go back door and destroy Nigeria.
Niger.
No, Nigeria, because the president, he would be the initiator, and the people would say, you know, oh well, you know, he's doing this, you know how they do it, and so I believe that I'm so glad that they didn't, because that would have hurt all the people in the Sahel.
Indeed.
And so I just I'm a student of Africa. At first, like I said, I was illiterate, and I learned a lot. I learned a lot about Africa. I want to be African. I want to be the darkest African. I want to be the most blackest African. I want to be the most proud African, and I am. And so I'm not just, when I go back to the States, I'm just going to tell them, you got to come home, and we got to find a way to get all our brothers and sisters back home.
And for those who are afraid for you coming here and said all kinds of negative stuff, what's your message for them?
I'm going to tell you this, you better come home. You better come home, your people's beautiful. Don't worry about the amenities. You know, there's nothing wrong with having a little something off and a little bit of something on. You know, because people got the Benzes, and they got this, and they got the bling, they got that, you know. We just got to make sure that we don't let the Europeans take it out of here. And then we can do whatever we want to do. I done seen some nice houses. I done seen some huts, but also seen some huts in Alabama. You know what I mean?
Yes, everything.
Put it like this. I'm 63 years old, and I'm scared to go to Mississippi. Mississippi. And when they built the slave museum in Alabama, now mind you, I done been in war zones. I was petrified to go to Alabama.
So they should come home.
They should come home.
Well, you're home, and I'm glad you came.
Yes, sir.
One love.
One love.
Take care. Got the snap. Brother Sharif Ali Shafi. Lost man.
Seaman of America with 3
Ks. I wish you all the best.
Yes, sir.
Say hello to your son.
I have 6 boys and 1 daughter.
Nice.
Hello, family. I love you. I'm here in Africa. My baby's, he getting ready to play basketball. For bringing basketball here, we just want to make sure that they don't misuse their labor. We want to make sure that they don't misuse their labor.
Take care. God bless.
Yes, sir.
All right, then.
Love you, brother.
Yes. That's good. Yes. Every time.
Emancipate yourselves from mental slavery. None but ourselves can free our minds. Have no fear for atomic energy. Cause none of it.
No go hustle. Something was happening. Conte we say, now him be winch.
This your boys go blow. This your boys go blow.
Shame now you talk say 25, you must make plenty money. Now you don't chop 40, nothing to write on my back. You don't tell you want to marry. Boys that you see they play. You don't dare approach all the Joe sister. No they look come like that, do not error. Something must happen.
It must happen.
I'm get a little super car. Represent my Niger people. Don't just stand and watch it. Ladies and gentlemen, grab somebody. This party they make sense so. Don't just stand and watch it. Ladies and gentlemen, grab somebody. This party they make sense so. Oh, baby, I gave me a moment. But now I catch you for head, yeah, I'm in Vedede, Inti and Gokon and I did it. I'm in Vedede, it was blind, shy, me, one Vedede. I told you, look, I saw a reason of it.
And we're back in the studios with Party of the Year featuring Mr. Brew. On the showbiz segment this morning, we're excited, I'm excited, and I know you are as well, to have one of Ghana's most enduring, iconic music duos, Keche. How are you doing this one?
Thank you.
Yeah,
Good. Thank God for life. We're here.
Oh yes, and I thank you for supporting breast cancer awareness.
Oh yes, it's very, very important.
You see that like the way it trends on TikTok. Did you ever do any of those?
If not, like I would have flipped here.
Thank you. Maybe we'll do that after the show. And so thank you for coming back into the studios. I know you have new music out there and everything. But one interesting remark that caught me off guard on social media when we shared the flyer was like you coming in studio this morning was the fact that, oh, they are back together. And I was like, oh, you guys have been together since 2004. You've managed to stay enduring. It's like you're still connected. Do you want to tell people how that is possible?
Okay. Let me greet your viewers, and then let me greet my wife. She's doing the watching right now, Joanna Jan Kujo. Yeah, back to it. I think, listen, Keche is a company, right? Now, outside of the world where we find ourselves, it's very hard, to push a brand to the level where Keche is right now, right? You need to go through a lot. So we look back at how we suffered, the things we went through. By the help of God and the help of the media, the support, Keche is here right now. And then because of maybe one or two misunderstandings, we'll leave Keche hanging? No. So we look at the pain we went through to put Keche where it is right now. So we only give respect to Keche. We are human beings. We always say this thing that we do have our differences. But do we leave Keche hanging because of that? Keche is paying Andrew, myself is paying Joshua as well.
Yeah.
And Keche is for the people, Ghana, Africa, and the world as a whole.
Yeah,
so when Joshua and Andrew are having their problems, Keche shouldn't be bothered. Keche stands alone. So, there are times that we have our differences, we are not cool with each other, but we go on platforms, we smile, making it look like it's real, and all that, just because we need to make Keche work. And that's why we are here today. And Keche is going to be like this forever until we both decide not to do it again.
I don't think that will be likely because the music you do, it resonates with a lot of people. It resonates with audiences worldwide. Joshua, do you want to tell us why that is? It's like, did you expect it when you started the music business that you do music that will resonate with so many people, beyond Ghana even?
Thank you so much. Good morning. It has been the dream from day one. We wanted to become one of the biggest duos in Africa and the world as a whole. So I told Andrew from day one that to achieve this, then we need to stick together and do things right. So if you remember, our first ever single was Omo Give Me, Now Your Love Don't Capture Me, Whether Rain or Sunshine, I go come, oh my baby. Open your gates, Omo Give Me, I go scream, 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 call you baby. Come up in me, baby, you're my dream. Yeah, this is like the first ever single we released. From day one, Keche has been the artist that we want to cut across. We want to be known across the globe. And we're one of the few artists that our song was really big across Africa. We've been everywhere across Africa, everywhere. Like we've won award across Africa. That's the dream, you know, because I always tell people anything that you don't understand, don't start. You need to understand your journey before you take off. Okay? So Keche, we've already, like, we know one about this, say, we won't sport there, not be only Ghana. You understand? So it has been a dream. I'm not surprised that, the world is embracing it and they're enjoying it.
And so it's like, and you've had a number of collaborations as well, including Shatta, Sarkodie,
Mr. Drew,
and all that.
Kwame.
Yes. So it's like, are there any dream collaborations you are looking forward to?
Okay, we've done a couple of them. Very soon we'll be dropping them. We'll be dropping some serious international collaborations. As you know now, Keche is a household name, not only in Ghana but across Africa. So we've done a couple of collaborations that there was a time that I wrote someone on our TL on Twitter. People could say, hey, you go feature these people. I just
like who?
I won't mention them. If they forget, cool. I just deleted them, and I'm like, okay.
Yeah, Andrew, you want to touch on that?
Yeah. Like Joshua rightly said, we have a lot of collaborations done already, and then some of them we are only waiting to have the videos. Shot.
Yeah.
And because these artists are very busy, sometimes when we are out there too. There was a time, one of them called. We were also out there somewhere performing and all that, so we couldn't meet and agree on that. So we are working. I think we have After the Pressure album, but then we're working on that album, our second album, and then after 15 years, we want the album to be really dope, and that's why we have all these people on, waiting to shoot all the videos so that we can present it to the people. After 15 years, people shouldn't listen to an album and go like, okay, if they know what Keche can present comes with. So we're working tirelessly to make it happen, and we're still on it.
No pressure.
No pressure at all. No pressure.
It's like your songs are very enduring, Sokode, Alugwe Tugi, and all that. What's remarkable for me is that during the COVID pandemic, one of your enduring hits was No Dolly.
No Dolly, yes.
How did it feel like making people enjoy music in such, dire circumstances? It's like people are dying, yet it's like we still enjoy music like that.
Yeah, they weren't dying. We're just in some kind of cage. We did some cage inside like that, Yeah, but me and Andrew, we be party guys. Okay, we like to give the people party songs. We don't like door songs. Yeah. Anytime they drop a chess song, no matter who you are, you need to just get on your feet and dance. Okay, so we came with a beautiful idea, like, Charlie, why we not gonna make people dance for them houses? Let's give them something that. Though, of course, the COVID season, people are indoors, but at least we should give people something online that they will jump to it.
Yeah.
So the idea came, we called our brother Kwame Eugene, Big Shouts Kwame Eugene. We drove to his house. Within like 1 hour, the song was done, and it was one of the beautiful collaborations.
Within an hour?
Oh, yeah, within an hour.
Yeah. And up to now, the song still
that's the key. We don't just release songs. We don't just pick any words. If now if they drop Alugun to go, it sounds new.
Yeah.
So called the pressure.
Pressure, yeah.
Now
Party of the year.
Yes, any shows that we go, Party of the Year, all this song sounds new. Because we choose our words carefully. Okay. We want to choose words that in 10 years from today you can still mention them and feel good about it.
Yeah.
Okay, so it has been one of our tricks, and we pray that as we're speaking right now, the young ones will learn from it.
We just make music into time. You know what I mean? So
wow. See that again.
We make music into time.
Wow.
You understand? So that's why our music, our songs are like that.
Yeah.
You understand? And then talk of sometimes when he mentioned in a space of an hour that we finished the song, I saw from your face maybe it was shocking that an hour.
Yeah.
You see, sometimes I don't agree to the fact that you can only make good music when you stay up like maybe 5 days, a month. People say they waste, they spend a month or
maybe
two.
Maybe that's their process.
Trying to just, listen, when you are gifted with it, it comes natural. So anything that comes fresh from you, you believe in it, it gets to the people, and the people hold it for years.
Yeah.
And so we've been doing this, and we have a bank full of music. You understand? So sometimes we need to just deliberate on it. We bring like 10, 5. Let's listen to which one should do. Joshua said, even now, we're thinking of dropping another song, God willing, after elections. And then Joshua's like, I want this one. Mitchell said, I want this one.
Yeah.
So we'll end up choosing one because they are all good songs. You understand? And mind you, some of the songs that we've been releasing, they are songs that we made them almost like a year, 2, 3, 4. They are all there. We just go back into our archives and then we just bring them out.
Yeah, but you just touched on something I want to ask about. It's like the creative process. Like the two of you have different ideas. How then, when it comes to writing the music,
we fight.
How do you finally decide? Like you fight?
We fight. You see, sometimes we are two people. We have different ideas that we want to just bring on board, right? I bring a song out, maybe some verses and something. Joshua don't want it. I also want it. I think it's nice. He put on a rap. I don't like some of the lines. He thinks it's nice. We end up, sometimes we even quarrel and we leave the song and we both go home.
Yeah.
Sometimes I get angry. I say that, you know what, I don't want this song again.
Yeah.
And I tell you, sure, sometimes I scare him that if my spirit not doing song inside, this thing come off inside, that my spirit come off for the song inside, you know, go do it again. Then he goes, so okay, then make we release it. Because I want something to just get in there. I want that thing, that particular, maybe it's nice. I remember when we were doing Good Mood. No one knows tomorrow in Tisa. Joshua was like, my verse is not nice, though. I'm like, no. I challenged him, we fought back and forth. But after we released the song, I was there one day, it's like, Andrew, hey, Charlie, if you had changed that verse, yeah, like you are listening to me, you change that verse, like, go pay me, you look at the people are enjoying the verses. So sometimes we fight all these things just to get it right. That's what we do.
And you do. And because coming up is their latest song, it's called Kiss. After all the fight, they kiss and then they make up. So enjoy this one.
Na na na, Andrew King, and this hit on the beat, of course. If your love is a breeze, then why don't you love me for life? I want to remain in yourself forever, ever, ever, ever. If your love is a breeze, then why don't you love me for life? I want to remain in yourself forever, ever, ever, ever. Oh baby, come and give me kiss. Oh baby, come and give me kiss. Oh baby, come and give over my dead bad. To leave you for some bad. The future looks bright with you, my oh my. Just give me that one. See I know I gonna. Oh baby, come and give me kiss. Oh baby, come and give me kiss. Jimmy Sim, but see how Kaji Jim with your dummy yim or domo swag, yassim, or that's so dumb in Pim, Ben Hoshe, wasu, Yassam would drum as atom, you know, you will chromo, Nana don't call, Fessa Monko, Hamedas, Malinda, Obedia and Seda, you're costing up, so don't see, Mitch brothers, Zozi. I feed them in your medium, if your lunch is a breeze. Then why don't you love me for life? I want to remain in yourself forever, ever, ever, ever. Oh baby, come and give me a kiss.
And that's the latest, you know, it's called Kiss. You know, shout out to Atom, you shout out to Atom in the track about, where's Atom? And they're in town. Wait, usually prison is a bad thing, but you want to be locked up in the cells of a lab. So I just want to know, the inspiration behind this music, where did it come from?
Okay, you see, sometimes we've gone past the time that we have to express love by using the, I love you, you are sweeter than honey, you are, I mean, it's nice, but sometimes the ladies, they've heard all these things. I mean, listen, it's too much.
Now let's go
differently. Let's just express love in ways that it will just blow their mind, you understand? Do you like to be in prison, locked up in prison?
No, I will not.
No.
Yeah.
But now here comes the case. We are saying that we want to be locked up in the prison cell of love.
Yeah.
And if your love is a prison, then lock me for life because I love you.
If your love is a prison, then why don't you lock me for life? I want to remain in yourself so forever, ever, ever, ever. Oh baby, come and give me a kiss.
You see?
Wait, is that going to be like the trendy dance to go
As
with
I'm
it?
talking to you, 122,000 people has used it on TikTok.
Yeah.
Last week we were trending #1, the same dance you're talking about. Come and give me a kiss. So go on TikTok right now, just type Keche Kiss, you'll see it there. Numbers don't lie.
Over my dead body out to leave you for somebody.
Yeah.
The future looks bright with you, my oima. Just give me that one thing. Besiana unwa kona. Oh baby, come and give me kiss.
But what was the one thing?
Love, your heart.
I know where your mind is, but
Oh no. Oh, I was just crafting.
Okay, your
for
heart.
those whose minds are there, I was
Your
just
heart.
asking. I was asking for them. Not me personally. Wait. So with this one that's coming, you were talking about an album earlier. Should we be expecting it on that?
Yeah, after the first single, the album will follow.
No,
Yeah,
okay.
but because we wanted to drop it this year, but this year has been the election year.
Yeah.
So we just have to allow things to flow. And I'm happy, as I'm talking to you, one of the most trending songs right now is Kiss. And we're super excited about it. So the next song will come out, then the album will follow.
Yeah, because it's like listening to you and the way your work ethic and everything. It's like it's no surprise to you whenever your music is trending.
Yeah,
like that.
no, not at all.
So what's one of the biggest lessons you've learned since you started in this music industry? Like one thing you wish you knew before you started, when you started doing music?
To understand the music industry, we never knew how it worked. When we started it, sometimes somebody will say things online. You meet some people, they'll make you feel like what you are doing is not TV, or you know anything. But we've got to realize something. These are the people you really need. All right. Anytime they tell you that, oh, Charlie, this is your songs, you know the beat. Something you can do one of the best performances, but you go online, Charlie, what people will write about you. You could feel like you don't do anything.
And you can't even see them.
Yeah, that's the thing. And sometimes you meet some media personalities, they will tell you that, oh, Charlie Keche, if you change your style, this is your style, if you change your
After
style.
all the Keche, they should change your style again.
But at the end of the day, you will realize the same style they won't make you change. Even to people that consume it, it's becoming a big hit.
I remember when we took our song Diabetes to a station. And then one presenter was telling Charlie, this song there,
if you replace
them, I'm not sure say you go blow. It's like, okay, until we replace it, please play this one. Yeah. After almost like a month, this same guy comes, Charlie, that's the song you come and tell you, I tell you that's when they go blow. And they watch your face.
That's like a testimony to your craft.
And
like,
do you know, and there are a lot of fake people. We were going on a show. We were going to perform. It was live on TV.
Yeah.
And we told one guy that, Charlie, will they go? Also, Charlie, me, I'll go watch the show. And then almost like a few hours to the show, they just canceled the show because it rained. Oh, really? The next day, we met the guy, Charlie, yesterday, your performance, the way you sport the hair, now they watch. Then I watch him and say, hey, this guy be fake.
Yeah.
The way you sport it, the way you go up and I say, hey, so we know performing.
And one of the big guys in the industry, we sent Kiss to him and we're like, oh bro, we're like, Godfather, this is the song I want to release. Catch this song there. Do you know, just last week, he tested Charlie, bro, you have a big hit in Ghana right now. Hey. And I'm like, this is the same song you say. If the song, make I go listen to them again.
Oh my goodness! Because for a moment there, it sounded like that guy wanted a job. He gave his CV to his uncle, and the uncle said, "I'll give it to one company to give you a job." And then he never sent the CV, and yet the uncle met him the next time. I was like, "Oh, Charlie, your CV. I'm still expecting feedback." And it's like all these surprises. Like, what's going on? But anyway, we're wrapping up this conversation. I want to do some quick rapid fire questions.
All right, sure, no problem.
Are you ready?
Yeah,
let's go.
You're ready?
Always ready.
So, favorite song you have ever released?
Favorite song we've ever released? I'll go for. I think I love this one more because the way people consume Kiss.
Yeah.
Because the OGs are really loving the song.
Yeah.
So someone, a pastor, I don't want to mention his name, a big pastor in Ghana, just told me that I love your new song, my son. It's a beautiful song.
I think all our songs are nice, but I will go in for good mood. It has always been my all-time.
Okay, so they are telling me you don't have time. So this one, quick. Who is the better dancer between the two of you? Dancer.
Yeah. Oh, me.
Hey, that one there.
The people can judge for themselves.
Describe each other in 3 words, and then we end this whole thing.
He's annoying.
Oh. And you?
Quick temper because he's short.
Everybody, you know what? This has been my time with Keche. Joshua Andrew, thank you so much for joining us again in the studios. with their latest kiss out there, trending all over. Enjoy the beat. So we'll return tomorrow 555 on hashtag GTV Breakfast. See you then.
Then why don't you lock me for life? I want to remain in yourself, so forever for life. I want to remain in yourself, so forever, ever, ever, ever. Oh baby, come and give me this. Oh baby, come and give me kiss. The future looks bright with you, my oh, in my. Just give me that once. See, I know I'm gonna. Oh, baby, come and give me kiss. Oh, baby, come and give me kiss. Jimmy Sim, Betsia Hokaji, Yajim, with your dummy yim, or Domo Swat, Yassam, or Dasu Dummy Pim, Ben Hoshe, Wasu, Yassam would drum as atom, you know, you will chromo.
GTV, the authentic and trusted voice of Ghana.